Boom. Boom. Let's get the disgusted De'Aaron out of the way. Hey, yo. What's up, baby? What's up, everybody? Let me get this out of here because that's old. Delete that. There we go. What's up, everybody? See the dope ones in here. What's up, Donnie? Chris, what's happening? Lazy. Delivery Joe, great seeing you and your family. Zach, great seeing you, bro.
Yeah, man. It was dope seeing everybody out there, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If y'all didn't make this one, man, no problem. We'll catch the next one. Indeed.
That's the other thing. I didn't even really get a chance to eat yesterday. I thought I was going to eat.
You know, all I ate was French fries. That's all I ate.
They got some wings over at the Odyssey table. I took some off the, the plate, and was never really able to get to them.
Yeah. TCG, great to see you and your whole family. TCG, that's heavy on the tall.
Yeah, I told you. I remember I saw him in front of the Golden one time. I was like, he really is tall.
Yeah. That's ain't a work. Boy, I'll say this, though. If y'all in the chat, I'm going to give you a piece of advice before the show starts. Don't talk shit about John Poles. John Poles will beat your ass.
John Poles, a.k.a. Braun Strowman.
We're talking John Poles and King Voss could take out the bloodline. Like, them two dudes together could take out the bloodline. Man, those are the... Those are the tag team champions of the world.
Oh, speaking of, I saw the professor. Somebody asked a question about like the great factions of all time. The professor put the bloodline at number 2, and it's probably accurate.
Behind the NWO.
Yeah,
I don't hate it. Yeah. I don't hate it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC. D-Lo, we your number one spot.
What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Thursday, April 6th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're so sorry that we can't follow this up with Young Zell singing Light the Beam, but things didn't go our way.
No Zell, no Drake.
No air horns.
No air horns. No Stringer Bell.
No, we got none of that, but we got each other, man. We're as Hector says, no 10. None of that today. We don't get any of that today. But you do get us, and we are so happy that you're here with us, regardless of the outcome of last night's game. We got a full show for you. Olivia Christian's going to join us from the game last night in about an hour, a little over an hour. Sara Hodges is going to be with us immediately following that. Matt George going to be with us in the final hour of the show. Big shout out to Matt George and Sara Hodges and Kyle Madsen, who all came through last night and spent some time with us at Fieldhouse American Sports Pub. And most of all, big shout out to everybody who came through and enjoyed the game with us and felt the heartbreak of Kyrie Irving. It's always great to be together. It's always great to hang out in person. It's always great to watch games in person and just like get away from the computer screens and all of that stuff and the chatty house messages and just hang out together and talk, man. So I hope the people who were there had as much fun as we did. And if all goes according to plan, we should be announcing another watch party, hopefully Monday or Tuesday.
Yep. I mean, this is something we're going to be around for these playoffs, man. We're definitely going to be around for these playoffs. So, hopefully we got the next one lined up when we can get it out to you soon. But it was a great time out there last night. It was really cool, man. It was dope seeing everybody come out and support and watch some Kings basketball, man. People was hyped up for the Kings, man. Like this is This is dope.
Yeah.
This is dope.
It
People
is.
hyped up for the Kings.
Yeah. Shout out to me in the morning to KSFM who came
Shout
through.
out,
Black
man.
Bottles
Absolutely.
916
Yeah.
came through as well.
Shout out Slammy. Shout out Kim.
Shout out to
You
Jessica
know.
Poles who came through. And,
Yeah.
and
Shout
Lexi.
out.
Shout out to that whole crew who came
Yeah,
out.
those are my people.
And producer Roland.
I can't keep up with them people.
I know you can't.
I mean, I'm gonna
That's-
try. They ain't never gonna punk me, and I'm gonna just tap out. Like I'm gonna try.
No,
Get
I'll
rich
tap.
or die trying.
Yeah, no, not me. They hit me with the hey, you go,
different.
hey, you going out? We'll see you at such and such. Yeah. Okay. See you there.
Hey, they playoff ready.
Yeah.
They playoff ready.
They've been playoff ready since October.
But shout out to them, man. Shout out to shout out to Rich. Rich was in the building.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com.
Chris Lee was in the building.
Yeah, the whole man. How great was that, man? What
Yeah.
just a really, really fun day. A really fun evening until Kyrie Irving ripped our hearts out in the fourth quarter.
Damn.
And it was
Kyrie.
great because we just kept having conversations about Kyrie Irving throughout the day with different people and everybody just marveling at how talented he is, knowing, man, he could take a game over if he had to. And man, was that prophetic. I was so fixated on Kyrie Irving in that fourth quarter that I didn't realize until second watch through this morning that Jaden Hardy had 12. Jaden Hardy and Kyrie Irving accounted for every single point
Wow.
the Dallas Mavericks scored in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
That corner three Kyrie hit was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in the history of professional basketball.
Man, that man's something else.
He
bro.
like turned, faded. It was almost like he was joking and shot. It was like one of Steph's like end of warm-ups shot where he just shoots it 20 feet in the air.
Right.
And I can't confirm this. I don't think it touched the net. It just went through.
I mean, this dude is a supreme shot maker, and being able to hit that shot that touched the sky. No Kanye West. When he shot that thing touched the sky and just like you said, fell through. Pure. Damn, we got Kyrie Irving last night.
I said Jaden Hardy. I meant Christian Wood. Christian Wood had all of the points with Kyrie in the fourth.
I was thinking about.
Yeah,
I
it was
think Christian
Jay-
Wood hit the 3-point.
Yeah,
play.
it was Christian Wood. Sorry,
Yeah.
not Jaden Hardy.
But no, like this Kyrie, man. Kyrie, what are you gonna do, man?
Ridiculous.
What are you gonna do?
Ridiculous.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, that's going to happen in the playoffs against whoever the Kings play, whether it's Steph Curry, whether it's Kawhi, whether it's LeBron, whether it's Kevin Durant, Devin Booker. Like one of those guys are gonna have fourth quarters like that just keeps you from winning. Just as simple as that. It's going to keep you from winning. I'm sorry, the Kings aren't going 16-0 in the playoffs. They're going to lose.
That's unconfirmed, by the way. That's a completely unconfirmed report right there.
But if they do lose, it could be a situation where one of those guys do something like that. It happens, man.
And it's one of those things where the Kings hit a lot of the numbers we look at. Like they had 12 threes. They had 31 assists. I think they had 71 first half points. And so if we did the math for you, they did not end with 142.
No.
They had 48 in the second half.
Yeah. And one of the things that that Will Z had talked about yesterday on the show that was prophetic was he said the Kings needed to stay within, I think he said like 3 or 4 in total threes of the Mavericks, because that's the only way Dallas was really going to be able to beat them. Dallas had 20.
Yep.
The Kings ended up with 12.
Yeah.
And
yeah, Will Z nailed that one.
Yeah, that was big time. And even with the 12, they didn't shoot the ball really well from beyond the arc. They weren't terrible, but I mean, 32% is below their average.
Yeah.
I think they're 37% on the season. But yeah, it was even with all that was going on. I mean, they looked like they were dominating that game early in the third quarter. And even in the fourth quarter, after the comeback from the Mavericks, Kings were up 105. I think it was 105, 104. They might have went up 107, 106 as well. with about 6-7 minutes to go.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyrie had his own personal 7-0 run. That was tough.
Yeah.
That was tough. He had the we talk about the 3-point shot. That shot he hit when Davion was
man.
Defense. That's a gut punch. That's just a punch to the
We
gut.
talked about the Golden One Center yesterday and what it would be like when Davion has a defensive moment like that.
Mhm.
It was like that at Fieldhouse, where Davion was on him, and you could feel the
You could hear him
crowd
too.
getting louder and louder and louder and louder, and then Kyrie bucket and the collective. You've got to be kidding me.
Right in the bread basket, as Gorilla Monsoon used to say.
Unbelievable.
So he did that. Then he got Sabonis on a switch, hit a pull up mid-range joint that was pure, and then somehow you kind of lose him in semi-transition. He hits the 3 to put him up 4, and it kind of felt like the game wasn't over, but it's like, damn, Kyrie doing one of them things today.
Christian Wood 3 of 4 from 3 in that fourth quarter. Kyrie Irving 4 of 5 from 3 in that fourth quarter. Collectively, the Mavericks 7 of 12 from 3 in that fourth quarter.
They hit their big time buckets in the fourth quarter, man, and the Kings didn't. That's why I mean, it's gonna sound like a broken record. I just like if the Kings aren't hitting their shots for whatever reason, the other team's defense is too good, or they're just missing wide open shots. That's gonna be why they lose games.
Yeah,
you know, they even with all that, the numbers that you said, Kings were right there to win that game in that fourth quarter if they hit their shots. They just weren't falling for them in that fourth quarter.
More specifically, they weren't falling for them in the third quarter. 24% from the field, 20% from 3 for the Sacramento Kings in the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, they did shoot a little bit better, but it was that third quarter that everything shifted. And we joked at the time, it felt like the game shifted when De'Aaron missed that dunk. De'Aaron misses a dunk,
I don't know how he missed that.
hits off the back of the rim and turned into, I don't know if it was that exact possession. There might have been a missed shot. What was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, Dallas hit a 3. And that was a quick swing. I think the dunk would have put them up 15. And instead, it became a 10-point game. And it felt like that's where things started to move a little bit for Dallas.
Yeah.
And then it became a fist fight the rest of the way.
Yep. It's just one of those momentum swinging plays. I will give a little credit to Dallas. I mean, they were fighting for their life.
They were. Yeah, they were.
And they scrapped. And they knew the significance of that game.
Yeah.
Season was essentially over.
Yeah.
And we talk about this all the time. You know, the front office and the powers that be, they could want something. But I think if you're a true hooper, like Kyrie, like I believe Luka is, like Tim Hardaway Jr., that competitive nature, you're never going, we ain't laying down. It may look bleak right now, and I ain't talking Memphis, but I want to get in the playoffs. I'm a bet on myself. And that competitive nature came out in that second half. They made some big time shots, man, to get that win, to scratch back and claw their way back to win that game.
They did. 19 for Kyrie in the fourth, 31 overall. Just an incredible performance from him. And credit to the Dallas Mavericks, who put pressure on Oklahoma City to get the win in Utah tonight. If they're able to do that, I think the magic number now is 1 for OKC. And there's no margin for error for Dallas. They have to win out. And if Oklahoma City wins, they have to hope Oklahoma City loses their season finale. Yeah. So they're not in control of their own destiny here, but they did their part last night, and I guess you gotta commend them for that. I thought the game was going to go a different direction, especially when the Kings went up double digits headed into the half. I thought if they come out, and I know this sounds strange, but this is the season. The Kings have been really, really good in the third quarter. And we were walking around talking with people. If the Kings can have one of those signature third quarters, this is over.
Yeah.
This is absolutely over. And they couldn't. It felt like it was trending that way. But then, that 13-point lead missed dunk turned into a 10-point lead. And all of a sudden, Dallas did their thing. So credit to them. Didn't damper the party too much.
No, we still good, man.
Oh, we had a blast.
Drinks was flowing. Everything was good.
Maybe dampered the after party because
that's what it did.
Young Zell was prepared to get on the bar top and a cappella Light the Beam. We had already had that all mapped out, but still a fun time. And truthfully, watching Kyrie on that level of basketball, when you're a basketball fan, yeah, you just tip your hat. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah. You hate that it happens against your team, but man, that is he's and that's what we talk about all the time. When that dude is on, he's bordering on untouchable.
And he kind of, I was thinking about something you talked about yesterday.
All right, we'll talk about it, and we'll talk about what else happened around the rest of the league. If the Kings fans have one reason to be frustrated, it's that last night's loss was a missed opportunity. We'll explain why when Dealing with Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Roll along here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Ramsey is desperately trying to get everybody in the chat to bite on why he keeps saying it's the best day of the year. Like he's typed it at least 12 times.
Ramsey, we don't care.
And no one's biting. Absolutely no one. Like Ramsey, we got you, baby. We got you. just look back at how many times Ramsey has typed that. Man, Donnie be killing these clips.
Oh yeah.
Donnie be killing these joints. Corners of the Culture are available now wherever you get podcasts from. Episode on 25 years of life after death. 25 years. Yeah, we got to talk about we'll definitely talk about the Kevin Huerter thing as well.
Somebody, I don't know who was around.
I can't believe I said Jaden Hardy.
Somebody said something, but it was like, Zach, it's like Jessica was trying to get Casey lit. She was, man. That's why I need my electrolytes today.
I think Zach was the first one to say, "Whoo, it's Batty Wednesday up in here." To Zach's credit, he said it when Matt George came in. It's Batty Wednesday up in here.
Nah, we good. I mean, we got sweat skinny, sweat skinny. I was
That's
doing
all right.
Sweats today, you know what I mean? But no sunglass skinny. I'm tough. I'm built for this. Kim was also in there trying to get me lit. Didn't work though. Well,
Kim was going pretty hard.
Kim said she could drink me under the table.
Okay, Kim, calm down.
That's what I told her. I said,
Kim,
I see it in your eyes, Kim. You ain't got it like that.
She ain't made for this.
You ain't got it like that.
She isn't made for this.
Look, she
ain't over there. Is she?
Yeah.
Yeah, she ain't made for this. Yeah, she ain't made for this. Everybody wants to go. Everybody wants to go one-on. Just wish. Yeah, Jesse's right. Just wish this man happy birthday and get it over with. What did she say?
Did he say I'm going to the game?
Oh, Jesus.
D-Lo. KC. Happy birthday, Ramsey. Happy birthday, big dog.
At least we know next to April 6th, we'll put it in the calendar. When Ramsey does it, we'll just ignore it until like 3:55. Ramsey's like Toby's birthday party. He gets it like at 3:58.
Toby, is that an office reference?
He's the HR guy on The Office. Yeah. Michael doesn't like Toby.
How are we haters? We said happy birthday.
Oh, right on, Manny, man. I'm glad you like that. Manny calls in the night chat like he's got Doc Box and Be Fresh playing in the background. I guess he calls into our show like that too. Yeah. What's up, y'all?
Yeah, he does. He got that cadence.
Man, I'm all right that the Kings lost.
Ramsey,
I think they're going to bounce
the haircut
back
is the first order of business today. I don't think I've ever seen Ramsey with a fresh cut.
I don't know. I said, does Ramsey wear a hat?
Yeah.
And a mask?
Yeah.
And a t-shirt and some basketball shorts. That's the uniform. Come on, man. Let's let him rock. Let's wish our brother Ramsey a happy birthday.
Shout out, Ramsey. Happy birthday, big dog.
Ramsey has been begging everybody for their attention in the chatty house. Ramsey, you a day one, baby. We love you, man. Happy birthday to you. Ramsey said he's going to get a fresh cut. Like, what? Ramsey, we ain't never seen you without your hat on. Ramsey talking about he going to go get the beard lined up. Ramsey, we can't ever see the beard.
Ramsey getting the beard lined up?
You can't go get a haircut and not get the beard lined
Ramsey
up.
Got to send a picture,
especially when you got the Ramsey got the full beard.
Yeah, he's connected.
Yeah.
Ramsey, because I don't know. By the time we see Ramsey again, it'll be like a week and a half from now. I got to see what the clean cut look like from Ramsey.
Yeah, he ain't gonna. Well, no, he gonna have a hat on.
That's what I'm saying. So he need to send like a picture to the chat, or I would say Twitter, but he ain't.
Ain't no way there's no way to get a picture from Ramsey.
Ramsey,
load it to your MySpace account, Ramsey.
When we had Rob Perez, Ramsey was like, "Who is this and why is he on?"
Dude has like 3-4 million followers, and Ramsey has no clue who Worldwide Wob is. That's wild. That's wild.
That was funny.
We will take a look around the rest of the NBA here in just a moment. We're wrapping up our thought. Well, not wrapping up. I mean, we're with you for the next 4 hours. Olivia Christian coming up, Sara Hodges coming up, Matt George coming up. You said Kyrie's performance last night got you thinking about something.
So yesterday we talked a lot.
Or you were thinking.
Thinking. You understand? I'm looking at those eyes. Got them jealous eyes, brother. I'll tell you that right now. Looking at Luka and that 77, it didn't look like he was too happy for what was going on with number 2 out there. But I'll tell you this, brother. There's only one thing that Jason Kidd has to do about it. Not a good Macho Man.
No, it's not the best. It needs a little.
I can't touch your Macho Man. I cannot touch your.
The funny thing is, my Macho Man isn't good, but it just makes you laugh.
No.
That's
that
the only
Macho
reason
Man
I do it.
It's fire. It's fire.
Luka's got lust in his eyes. He's got lust for Kyrie. I can see it in his eyes, brother.
Nah, man, that's A1, bro. That's A1. But we talked yesterday a lot about how to fix the Mavericks here on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah.
We talked about how to fix the Mavericks, and you were talking about, man, they might have to trade Luka. Now, I think when we brought that up, like we're thinking like that's the move. We don't think it's actually going to happen, or I don't even think they're really considering it. But
no, it's not even, and it's far. I think when you talk about trading a star of that caliber, it's like an indictment on someone. It's like an indictment on the star. It's no question. I wonder what Luka will be in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. I wonder if Luka can grow into that leader and can be a guy that the Dallas Mavericks want him to be. But what I look at for the Dallas Mavericks right now, and why we brought this up, is what is their pathway to improve?
Mm-hmm.
And you pointed this out. They've got nothing. Now they're in serious danger of losing their draft pick this year.
Yeah.
Because, and I'm not faulting them for this, by the way. I'm not faulting for them trying to win and trying to get to the play-in and see what happens. I do not fault them for that whatsoever. But there are consequences to doing that, where if you make a run for it and you come up short, that affects your, the lottery is the lottery. You could still move up, you could fall back, like a variety of different things could happen. I just don't know the pathway of improvement without the one thing that we talked about.
That's the only thing they got really right now to improve. And like you said, especially if they end up losing this draft pick.
But it all hinges, though, on signing Kyrie. Like, I don't think you can do it if you're not signing Kyrie.
Right. So that goes to my point. I was watching last night, and I was like, man, Damien's spot on with that assessment of what the Mavs should do. I don't think you can do it because of Kyrie's track record of just not always being around. But if he was a little bit of a different individual, and you could trust him a little bit more to be around, that's 100% the move. Because you
sign Kyrie and trade Luka.
You trade Luka, you get a bunch of draft picks and probably like a Mikal Bridges type player back in that trade. You pair him up with Kyrie Irving to go along with picks and things of that nature. That's the way you can kind of write things immediately and for the long term. But that's what we keep talking about, though. If you're Dallas right now, maybe they have something that I don't know and that we're not seeing. But the only way to improve and be better than what you are right now is by moving Luka. That's the only piece you have. That's it. And if you don't do that, which I would not fault Dallas at all for just like shutting down any thought of trading Luka.
Sure.
Like that, generational player, you ride that till the wheels fall off.
Yeah, no, I understand that line of thinking too. If I was in a meeting with Nico and with Mark Cuban and all of those guys, first I'd tell Mark he was ridiculous for protesting that game.
Oh,
in two,
take another L.
Can I also go quick sidebar? Just just give my admiration for the NBA, who gave this multi-paragraph, probably if it was printed, multi-page explanation as to why the protest was rejected, when all they really had to write was, bitch, you took the lead twice. How are you going to blame it on that one play when you took the lead twice?
Not to mention there was like, I don't know, 19 minutes of game time left after that play.
Not to mention you went straight to the announcer's table and said you're going to protest the game if you lose by 2. Like, give me a break. So credit to the NBA for that. But I understand. Like, if I'm Nico Harrison or Mark Cuban, I'm saying, okay, you want to ride Kyrie? Great. Like, or you want to ride Luka? Great. Like, I get it. Like, this dude's 24 years old. He's got miles and miles ahead of him. Awesome. How are we going to get better, though? Because I don't know how you answer that question.
I don't know.
Because let's make a Vlade Divac whiteboard here. What are our assets that we can trade? What do we have that's appealing to other teams?
Tim Hardaway Jr.
Are we signing Kyrie? And if we do, how are we building around those two cap monsters in Kyrie and Luka Doncic?
Because Kyrie gonna cost.
He's absolutely gonna cost, even if he's not max.
He's gonna cost you.
Yep.
So you're losing Christian Wood. Maybe that's cap space or whatever. Your only real trade asset is Tim Hardaway Jr. Or like maybe, and this is, you're like treading water at this point. Maybe Jaden Hardy. Maybe, but that should be somebody that you look to develop. That you look to add as a part of your franchise, not move on from them. You got no bigs. And here's the other part: if you sign Kyrie Irving, you ain't got no money.
Yep.
So where you going? You ain't got no draft picks. So you could like maybe
you've just laid out a bunch of reasons why the plan of keeping Luka Doncic moving forward isn't beneficial for this team getting better. And the coldest part is this isn't Luka's fault.
No.
This is the fault of the Dallas Mavericks. Luka has his shortcomings. There's no questions about that. There's aspects that Luka not only has to get better, but has to get a lot better. It has very little to do with his actual basketball game and his basketball skills. But you've put him in a position, like, what are you going to put around this man? And how are you going to do it?
Yeah.
916-909-1320. Let's get Daniel in here. Daniel, what's happening, man?
What's up, guys? How's it going today?
We good, baby. How you doing, man?
Not too bad. Hey, is it I got two things. Is it just me, or do the Mavericks, man, they're like a soccer team. You touch those guys and they go flying every time they get fouled, and they complain like no other. It's crazy.
It's not just you.
Oh my God, I just cannot stand to watch that team play.
That's what they do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
When it comes to Luka, I love Luka, and I wanted him here so bad, but I don't know if you remember when the Kings played them. Was it the second time they played him, and they played him? Luka was on the bench, and it was just Kyrie out there, and the Mavericks ran the Kings out of the gym. Man, the Kings couldn't do anything with that team. They were flying, they were bouncing the ball all over the place, and they were hitting all their shots, and the Kings were lost against them. And then they played them the following night with Luka, and it was a completely different game.
Yeah. And look, you look at last night.
Yeah, it's a great
where
point.
It was just like, hey, we putting this game in Kyrie's hands.
Yep.
You talk about Kyrie and Christian Wood having all the points in the fourth quarter. That means Luka didn't have any. Yeah,
Luka, and I think he only took 2 shots. Though I've misremembered everything today. Shout out Roger Clemens on that one. But
misremember.
I think he was 0-2.
Is it Sammy Sosa?
No, I think misremembered was Roger. Maybe it wasn't Roger.
No, I know it was Roger. Oh, but I mean, are we doing a Sammy Sosa? Do we not out of nowhere? No, we don't speak English.
I don't want to do anything involving Sammy Sosa. I have so many questions about Sammy that I just we'll save that for a podcast or something.
Out of nowhere, Sammy been kissing the sky, talking to Chicago, doing interviews.
Out of nowhere, English. Sammy's white. Like I
don't speak English. I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer nothing.
Well, at least he wasn't wagging his finger. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that goes to I don't know if they can Luka can play with another star and make sure somebody else is eating.
So here's a question: can Kyrie?
Yeah, he's done it
with LeBron.
Done it with LeBron. Done it with KD. In Boston, they had Tatum and Brown. They didn't. None of those won championships, but I mean, they were good teams.
Wasn't Boston better when Kyrie was gone?
Yes, and
I don't know that. And again, I don't know that I'm not that came across as if I'm blaming Kyrie for that. I'm not. Kyrie was out. The team had the team grew together.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I mean, we didn't know at the time. We know now. Tatum and Brown are elite basketball players.
100%. Now, there's a little bit of this, probably not revisionist history. That's not fair to say, because the greater like example we have was that it just wasn't working in Boston with Kyrie, and they've moved on. Tatum and Brown were able to spread their wings and all this other stuff. But Jesse, you can attest to this. Remember when Kyrie first got there and how they played, how they started that season?
Yeah, they did dominate the start of the season.
They were killing. And it was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Kyrie was killing, and then he got hurt and they kind of were forced to do something else. But yeah, he was a problem there. So
it was just weird the year after, just because it was kind of like, whose team is it now? Right. Just because the young guys did take them that far.
That run and everything else like that.
Eastern Conference Finals, right?
Yeah, they won Game 7 with LeBron.
Yeah. So I think he can play with other players. But I mean, like I said, you just can't trust Kyrie. You just can't trust.
It
that he's gonna
probably
be
comes
there.
down a lot to, do you want we could talk about other stars. It's probably more specifically, do you want to play with Luka?
Mhm.
That might have to be the first question you ask Kyrie when you sit him down is, do you want to play with Luka Doncic? Because we want you here. And I think it's pretty clear Dallas wants him there. I don't think I think Nico Harrison was clear about that when they did the trade. Like we don't see this trade of draft picks and of contracts and everything that we gave up as a risk. We plan to have Kyrie here for the foreseeable future. Now, Kyrie Irving has a say in that, a major say in that. But it's you've got to I don't know that just marching this group out there next year is the most positive thing.
Check this out. They've got Kyrie coming off the books as a free agent. Christian Wood's a free agent. Dwight Powell's a free agent. Then they got other guys like Markieff, Theo Pinson that don't really play.
Mm-hmm.
But they've got $40 million for Luka Doncic next year.
Okay.
His contract goes 40, 43, 45. It escalates. For next year and the following year, $17 million to Tim Hardaway Jr., $16 million the following year. Now this one's the killer.
Okay.
Next year and the following year.
Okay.
$17 million and $16 million for Davis Bertans.
Oh man.
Oh. And that's before I even mentioned Maxi Keeber.
Math's not good, but we're approaching 80 mil for those three guys, and we haven't said Kyrie's name yet.
No. And they got Maxi. He's getting 11 a year for the next 3 years.
That's what we were talking about. It's not Luka's fault. Like I'm with Daniel. Like I do not like what Luka. I do not like watching Luka play. He is a frustrating basketball player to watch. When he's on, he's brilliant, and it's as exciting as just from a basketball perspective, not him torching the Sacramento Kings, as it is watching Kyrie Irving. But there's so much that comes with watching Luka Doncic. But the faults of the Dallas Mavericks aren't his fault.
He gets a little of that, in my opinion.
Why?
He's a bad leader. Like he doesn't do anything to bring them guys together and get out of the rut that they're in. He doesn't play defense.
Is that team good enough? Do you think this roster we are really spending a lot of time on the Mavericks. Is the roster
Dallas sports leader?
Is the
next we'll talk about the Dallas Stars.
No, good Lord. Is this Dallas Mavericks roster better than the one pre-Kyrie Irving trade?
My first thought is no. But Kyrie Irving is better than anybody they gave.
Of course. Yeah, of course. But I'm asking about the roster.
No, but I'll say this though. The problems they have are still, they were there before the trade.
Are they greater now?
No, the problems are the same. They added another problem because they don't really have a perimeter defender like Finney Smith, but they're always small. Like they always didn't really play defense. Whatever's going on with Reggie Bullock, I don't know. Like he was key for them a year ago and 2 years ago, and now he's not really able to do anything. So I think they're the same team. Maybe one extra problem now without Finney Smith there.
Okay, I'm looking at Soren's comment here. He says, Luka deserves blame. Terrible leaders, which you just said. The obscene usage rate is a turnoff to every teammate. Understandable. Kyrie and Christian Wood scored every point in the fourth quarter, and they won. Is it a turnoff to anybody?
No.
Okay.
They had to go. They had to go do that.
Okay.
What do you say? He took 2 shots?
He was 0 for 2 in the fourth. It's 0 for 2. And I think he finished with 29. How many did Luka have last night?
I think he did.
Yeah, 29.
Yeah, no points in the fourth quarter.
None.
29.
Yeah.
Insanely talented.
Yeah,
Insanely talented.
Yeah,
and he doesn't deserve all the blame, but I do think he does. He gets some of it.
Okay. I'll give him some.
Now, Bruce Bochy, he's doing a great job turning around those Texas Rangers.
This show has really gone a weird direction the last 24 hours, man. Coming up, the host of the Locked On Mavericks podcast. Final hour of the show. The Mavericks beat going to join us here.
Coming up, We'll talk Micah Parsons here on D-Lo and KC and Dak Prescott.
Tim McMahon on the way. Goodness gracious. Okay. We're done with Dallas for now. I think the lone reason some Kings fans were a little dejected following last night's loss was in a rather bizarre ending. Memphis lost to the Pelicans. And
that was wild.
I had Kyle Matson explain the end of regulation to me at the bar, which was holy crap. Go out of your way to see the end of regulation in that game. Memphis ultimately lost in overtime to the Pelicans. Credit to the Pelicans, a massive win for them. They had to have it. They were able to get the job done last night. But Grizzlies lose. If the Kings had been able to close out that game in similar fashion to the way they closed out the first half, they would be within a game of second right now.
Yeah. Which
brings me to this. And not looking for a specific answer, genuinely curious, and we could throw this in the YouTube chat if you want. Does it matter to you if the team finishes second or third?
Not ultimately. No, not ultimately. No. Like it doesn't matter. I think if they finish second, they might end up going up against the Lakers. So it depends on.
Shout out to John Dickinson, who put out like the most detailed breakdown of the Warriors, Lakers, and Clippers situation. I retweeted it. Like he had every single scenario laid out in this tweet, from tiebreakers, every record that every team could possibly finish with. Because it's obviously centered around the Warriors, who could finish anywhere from 5th to I think as low as 8th.
Yeah, 8th.
I don't think they can finish 9th. So it was certainly interesting to see. But it feels like if the Kings finished second, we'd be on the edge of our seat watching the play-in. 2, it just opens up the number of teams they could potentially play.
Right.
Because right now it feels like it's one of 3. And that was the topic of conversation yesterday. It wasn't who do you want to play? It was who do you not want to play?
What was the consensus?
There was no consensus. Oh, there was no consensus at all.
Yeah.
There were, there was a lot of conversation about the Clippers because I think there's rumblings about Paul George and his potential availability.
Yeah. I'm hearing things. We're hearing things separately once again.
Yeah, as the to be fair, as we were having these discussions, the Lakers were getting their ass kicked. So everybody was
the scheduling conflict.
My God.
Hey, fell prey to the scheduling conflict.
For the record, I love LeBron James.
I feel the same way.
I have a tremendous amount of respect for LeBron James. At the same time, I understand why so many people dislike him. Because he said that last night, and I'm like, come on, LeBron.
That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous.
Did he say it was the hardest game of the season?
He can be so whiny sometimes.
He said I think he called it the loss was the result of I've never heard it phrased this way. The loss was the result of a scheduling conflict. As if they were supposed to be somewhere else yesterday.
Is that why the Kings lost too? Scheduling conflicts?
Them damn scheduling conflicts, man.
Except we didn't even go home. This guy act like it was a true road game, bro. You went home.
We should note too, the Lakers have had the least back-to-backs this season as well.
That boy LeBron, man. Again, I love LeBron, but if you don't, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it, man. I absolutely
sometimes
get it.
It's hard to defend, dude. Man.
But as we were having these conversations, that game was happening, and a lot of people looked at the screen and go, "I'm not scared of them. I'm not scared of that. I know much is made about their size, much is made about the Anthony Davis Sabonis match. I'm not scared of that team. I don't think they could do it for 6 or 7 games. I think the most repeated one was, I don't want Golden State. And I think Golden State's going to get 5th.
You think so?
I do. I think it requires one Clippers loss, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's coming.
And so I think what it really
Yesterday
boils
was
down
big
to
for the Clippers.
what it boils down to though is what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow's huge for that whole scenario. Where the Warriors finish, where the Clippers finish, where the Lakers, like the Kings have a say in all of this.
They do.
I got to go to JD's tweet and see what the 1-1 scenarios are for.
See, the thing with the Clippers is I think yesterday was monsters for them. I think they're going 2-0, and that's going to put.
Well,
the
wait a
Warriors
minute,
at
that
6.
don't work. Don't they have Phoenix?
Yeah,
You had Phoenix not losing a game.
Phoenix might not care.
Oh, that's true. They might not
That's the
because
last game of the season.
they're not going nowhere.
And Clippers got Portland on Saturday.
So here's what it boils down to. If the Kings beat the Warriors tomorrow, the Warriors can't finish 5th.
Right.
They can finish 6th, 7th, or 8th. There's 2 scenarios that puts them at 6th. There's 1 scenario that puts them at 7th, and there's 2 scenarios that put them at 8th. But they cannot finish 5th if they lose tomorrow.
Crazy.
It's not like
he's the man.
John Dickinson
he's the man for that.
His brain just works differently, man. Like this is incredibly. I can't do this kind of math, but he's got it. But the only scenario, and this is really betting against the odds. Me saying Golden State is going to finish 5th is. There's only one scenario where it can happen, and it's 2 wins and a Clipper loss. We'll talk more about these different scenarios. We'll talk more about these prospective opponents, and we got the playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leaders, Steve and KC on ESPN 1320.
Is the winner of that 4 versus 5 series coming out the West?
It depends on who
If
it is.
I'm only talking Clippers and Warriors. If one of those teams finished 5 against the Suns.
I'm not ready. I gotta see more from the Warriors. I'll just be late. As far as like being able to do that to come out of the West, I gotta see more from them.
Yeah, I want to see how Wiggins does when he's back.
Yeah, I can't. Maybe I'll just be late to the party because I
don't think you'll be alone.
I think that's what it comes down to, though. Wiggins, if they don't mesh like instantly or whatever, it's not going to work.
And to be honest with you, I think the Suns would. That's easy work for the Suns. If they played the Warriors, that's easy work.
Wow.
Oh,
going home with Guru tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be on the morning roast in the morning.
Yeah, I figured. This is why I don't want that damn. That's why I don't want that damn series.
You see Isaiah Thomas still taking shots on Twitter?
I did. Now that was kind of funny. I kind of like that.
Man, Donnie's graphics are crazy.
He does such a good job.
These are so freaking good.
So, remind me when we come back. I want to ask a question, get some clarification on a situation.
Okay.
I think I know what happened, but I want to get some clarification.
Is Isaiah Thomas doing too much, or is he right?
Isaiah Thomas has he's fighting for his life, but he beat. I say all the time, he beat all them guys. He beat all of them, and people kind of overlook it a little bit. I don't think they necessarily give him his flowers and his respect for what he did. He beat them all.
Who's this?
Isaiah Thomas.
Oh.
He beat Larry. He beat Magic. He beat Michael.
Man,
he's the only one to say. He's the only one that can say that. He beat them all.
You're such an Isaiah apologist.
As a ball player, Isaiah was that dude. Isaiah Thomas was that dude, and he didn't. He don't get the. I don't think he gets the just due. And he beat him like that. Like he didn't play with no other Hall of Famers. I mean, I guess
Joe Dumars.
Joe Dumars in the Hall of Fame.
I'd be surprised if Joe wasn't in the Hall of Fame.
Maybe he is. Rodman's in the Hall of Fame as well.
Chuck Daly's a Hall of Famer.
Chuck Daly is a Hall of Famer. But like, I don't want to say there's levels of the Hall of Fame. He didn't play with Mikal. He didn't play with Kareem.
Bonte
Worthy.
Caraway.
Joe Dumars made the Hall of Fame in 2006.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
He didn't play with Worthy, Kareem. He didn't play with Pippen.
Hey, Joe Dumars was really good.
Joe Dumars was never the best two guard in the game. Those other guys, you could say they were the best at what they did. Mikal was the best power forward in the game. Jabbar was the best center in the game.
Was he really? Was Kevin McHale the best power forward in the game?
Some people say
Really?
the people who played
Okay.
against him say that.
Okay. That was a legitimate question, not a
James
like
Worthy
side
might have
remark.
been the best small forward in the game when Magic was doing his thing. Scottie Pippen, best small forward. Joe Dumars was really he's damn good. Isaiah was a 6-foot guard who beat them all. Went back to back.
I guess, man. I guess. Jesse's being a smartass. I think we're talking about the Detroit Pistons right now. Goodness gracious. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in and be a part of this conversation as we're talking about this perspective playoff matchup here. Variety of different teams that the Sacramento Kings could play. And this seems like a perfect time for the playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. As we've talked about, the Clippers beat the Lakers last night, 125-118. They're the 5th seed right now in the Western Conference. Warriors were off. They're sitting in 6th. Lakers in 7th right now. Big win for the Pelicans last night. They're keeping pace with everything going on. They beat the Memphis Grizzlies. Oklahoma City at Utah tonight. Major game for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yeah, they got to stay ahead of Dallas, who got the job done last night, of course, against Sacramento. And as we mentioned, there's a variety of different scenarios that could happen here moving forward, where the Warriors land anywhere from 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. The 6th spot really is wide open. If I go back to JD's tweet here, it looks like, man, the most likely scenario seems to be 6. It seems like the most likely, for the Warriors.
Yeah,
it seems like the most likely scenario is 6th, with 8th as the second most likely scenario.
Yeah, I think they'll finish 6th.
Clippers got Portland and Phoenix. Warriors, of course, got Sacramento at the Golden One Center tomorrow, and they close out in Portland. Lakers got Phoenix and Utah, and the Pelicans, they've got the Knicks, and then they finish in Minnesota.
Well, but here's the other deal. Here's the interesting part about this. If the Kings beat the Warriors tomorrow night at the Golden One Center, I think that does a lot to make it tough for the Warriors to be 6th, because there's only one scenario where the Clippers would go 2-0 and the Warriors at 1-1 still finish 6th. I think the Clippers are going 2-0.
Okay.
I thought last night was a huge win for them to get that, 5th spot or whatever, just closing out their season. And they've got Portland and Phoenix the last 2 games of the season. I think the Clippers win those 2, and I think they're going to go 2-0. So the one scenario that has Golden State going 1-1. Remember, I said if they lose to the Kings, 1-1, and they will go at least 1-1 because they got Portland last game of the season.
Right.
Is the Clippers going 2-0, New Orleans losing 1, and the Lakers losing 1. That's the only way the Warriors could get 6th if they go 1-1.
It doesn't seem well.
It's not inconceivable.
It's not crazy.
It's not. Pelicans got.
I mean,
they got the Knicks and the Timberwolves.
Yep, Timberwolves is the last one of the season. That might not mean anything for Minnesota. And then what was the other one? The Lakers.
They got Phoenix and Utah.
Shoot, you might know that tomorrow.
Yeah.
They got the Phoenix game tomorrow.
Yeah.
You talk about Phoenix, maybe not playing anyone that last game of the season against the Clippers, which I understand, but you also have a group that hasn't played together a ton this year. But they're a playoff team also. So they're, Monty Williams is facing kind of a similar dynamic that Mike Brown is facing. Of course, Monty, he's kind of been there before. Kevin Durant has been there before. He's had extended seasons before, but still you're going into a stretch where you've got 5 days off, 5 to 6 days off, depending on what day you play on the weekend.
Yeah.
So completely sit, no one plays, like the Cleveland Cavaliers are doing in Orlando. I have no idea who's suiting up for the Cavs tonight in Orlando, but I don't know. I don't know how Monty's going to approach that, given Katie just got back.
Yeah.
And I wonder if a groove, kind of helps them heading into a series.
I think that he would sit him the last game of the season against the Clippers because they'd be afraid of injury.
Sure.
And also you're right, they do have 5 to 6 days off, but it's not necessarily the same for them because they're looking at that as, when you talk about cohesion and trying to get, together and get on the same page, that's opportunities for them to practice. And that's where they'll get their cohesion and their understanding of what they're trying to do in those practice sessions that they'll have getting ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the other thing about these conversations. And I know it's been a big conversation with the Kings, and I do believe this. I don't think Mike Brown wants to shut anything down or take any days off, but you're going to have 5 of them. No matter what you do over the next 3 days, you're going to kind of come to a halt. No matter what you do, no matter what you choose to do Friday or what you choose to do Sunday.
You can play them till the wheels fall off.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like everything is still going to drastically slow down for you.
Yeah.
This just becomes, I don't want to insult the game and call it practice, which is why I'm so fascinated by tomorrow's game. We talked about the likelihood of them finishing 6th, of the Warriors finishing 6th.
Yeah.
These, and you pointed this out. I hadn't thought about this before. These two teams haven't played in a really, really long time. They played like 3 times in the first 2 days. It's kind of ridiculous, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
The Kings are, I think it's fair to say the Kings are a different team, that they're in far more of a rhythm now, certainly than they were then. I don't know if the Warriors are a different team. I think they've kind of been who they've been all year.
Kings played them with Wiggins in all 3 games.
Yeah. So do you, I don't know. It almost sounds ridiculous. Do you not show them anything?
I think you play. I think you play your guys. I think you play them. You give the, how do you say it? You send a message to your own team that we're not ducking and dodging. We're not afraid to show anything to them. You guys are better. We could show them the playbook. You guys will beat them. You know what I mean? Like, that's the message I think you're sending. That's the message you're sending. And then also you look at a situation where you have an opportunity to it's not a guarantee, but to knock them out of your way.
Yeah.
And I don't think you mess around with that. I don't think you give them an opportunity, an easier opportunity to stay at 6th if you could potentially be facing them. You got an opportunity to make their life a little harder and put them in the play-in. You take advantage of that. You go out and try and execute that.
Lakers on the tiebreaker with the Pelicans and not the Timberwolves. That's worth pointing out in all of these different scenarios as well. The playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Appreciate Michelob Ultra being a part of this very exciting time here, covering the Sacramento Kings and covering NBA basketball. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in video form on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well.
One other reason why I think you play them on Friday is you give your team one last taste of what playoff basketball is going to be before you're off for a week,
Sure.
and then you got to get it going again. It's going to be a desperate game for the Warriors. They're going to be
So
playing as much as possible.
you don't think Denver's playing Sunday?
I don't think so.
Understandable.
And
I
I don't
have a
think
problem with
Denver's
that.
playing on Sunday, and I don't think the Kings really should be playing anybody on Sunday. So, I mean, I guess
Dozier
unless
and Kessler Edwards and
yeah, unless maybe you got a shot at the 2. Maybe
not
that changes
impossible
stuff.
with the Bucks and
what is that other team?
it's a high-end
I'm trying to
team.
look at it without.
It's at Milwaukee. I
And
can't remember.
at-
We literally read it 47 times
Yeah.
yesterday.
They
It's
play
pro-
the Thunder.
Thunder and a
That's the
must
last
win.
one at Oklahoma
Yeah,
City.
and,
Okay.
and a must win for the Thunder
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wouldn't play those guys on Sunday. So you get one last look, a little playoff basketball before you get about a week off at that point. Because I completely guessing, but I think they'll play on Saturday. So, yeah,
Okay.
give them a week off. So I don't think they're playing Sunday.
Okay.
Can I say something about last night?
No, please
Okay.
don't.
Well, let's talk about Dallas.
That's I really want to fire off this Dak Prescott take. Todd Archer joining us here in the 2:00 hour. We'll preview the NFC East.
What's the guy's name? Clarence Hill.
Clarence Hill. Yep. Clarence Hill joining D'Lo and KC. We're a football show now. We're a Dallas show now, apparently.
We're ESPN. That's what we do, baby.
That's what we do.
That's what we do.
Play the hits.
That Kevin Huerter situation last night, I didn't like that. And I didn't really
Yeah.
realize what happened because, like, I don't know if we talked about it on the air, but I didn't really get to lock into the game yesterday
Yeah.
at the field house because we were just, meeting and talking with so many people.
Yeah.
I had to go back this morning and watch the game. And I went when they were reviewing stuff, I wasn't really sure what happened
Uh-huh.
with the Kevin Huerter situation. It was just I didn't really understand it. Went back and watched it, and I didn't like the way that went down.
Yeah, there were a lot of us frustrated with that because I feel like the NBA's there's got to be like a common sense factor here. Kevin Huerter gets hit in the face.
It's smacked in the
Yeah,
face.
he
Just-
got hit pretty hard, pushes off, gets an offensive foul called on him,
Mhm.
reacts to the official, immediately gets a technical. Mike Brown is pissed, calls for a review, wins the review,
Hmm.
but the technical stood.
Yeah, that's what?
And I feel like in that sense, you teed a guy up for being angry that you got a call wrong. 2 minutes later, you acknowledge we got the call wrong, but allow the technical foul to stand.
It's crazy.
That's got to be fixed. That's
And-
got to be fixed.
And I don't. I'll try and go back and look at this. I don't think they did, but did they assess Hardaway with the foul? And the only reason I asked that is because when that happened, the shot clock was winding down, and when the Kings got the right call, the call reversed, there was no shot clock winding down. My thought would be if it wasn't an offensive foul, you should be taking that on the side with 3 seconds on the shot clock left. I don't think they assessed Hardaway with a foul. Does that make sense? Like
No.
when they called an offensive foul on Huerter, it was
Uh-huh.
like 3 seconds on the shot clock.
Right.
So if you go back and look at the foul and say, "Oh, that wasn't an offensive foul,"
Yeah.
my thought would be Kings ball, 3 seconds to go on the shot clock.
I see. But there were 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't know if they just automatically reset it or they gave Hardaway the foul that he rightfully deserved for smacking Huerter in the face.
Yeah, I don't know what the call there was because I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear. I think it was Bill Kennedy staring into the camera, making that announcement. All we saw was because it went up on the screen, successful,
Yeah.
and the restaurant reacted, and so I didn't.
We were happy.
But I mean, he talked for a few seconds, so I feel like he said technical foul stands, and then maybe he said Hardaway assessed the foul. I really don't know how. I don't know how that works. I don't understand the review process, to be honest with you,
I know.
because you can't review something that's not called, right?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
what I was surprised by, I was surprised that Mike reviewed it because I didn't know that. I guess I just don't understand the rule book.
Yeah. So there was 4 seconds on the shot clock
Mm-hmm.
when Huerter committed the offensive foul.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see them taking it out.
There's definitely 14 on the clock.
Yeah, they take it out with 14 on the side. So maybe that's a little too much common sense to say, well, if it's not an offensive foul, just take it out with whatever time was left on the shot clock. I don't know why you would set it back to 14 without calling a foul, but
Hugo says they changed it from an offensive foul to a defensive foul, which
so
I
that's
didn't
what
know
I was
that
trying
you
to
could do.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
And if you're doing that, that's even more ridiculous that you keep the technical foul.
Yeah, keeping the technical is absurd. It doesn't check out. It doesn't check out. Keeping the technical foul is dumb.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. Let's get our brother Mitch in here. Mitch, what's up, man?
How you doing?
What's
Good,
up,
Mitch.
man?
Casey?
Yes, sir.
Damon? Everything's good?
Yes, sir.
Nice to be on TV because that's how I feel now. If they see me drinking coffee or eating, I drink coffee? Yeah, I guess I can't hide that fact. Well, the truck's in motion, I could be in trouble. They gotta make sure I'm off the road. I can't tell them my little game here to make it work a little more interesting, a bit interesting. No, work is pretty good. I like work. But this
Okay.
is making it so much harder. It's my
Okay.
thing here. All right.
All right.
Smithy, Mitsu, was his playing time gone down, and they really shot themselves in the foot by losing to a Dallas team that has a player named Kyrie Irving, whose another nickname is really Ball and Chain. Even at Duke, he couldn't stick it out.
That boy Mitch never disappoints, man. He never disappoints. He said Kyrie Irving, his other name is Ball and Chain.
And for context, like for his starts of the call, his work has cameras on him now, so that's what he was talking about.
I missed all of it.
Oh man.
The response from the chatty house when Mitch calls is by far one of the best parts of the day. By far. I don't know, man. I'm just so thankful Mitch calls.
I don't know, man. What?
I just if we can be an outlet for Mitch. Delivery Joe asking, was Mitch at Fieldhouse still? He may have been. He may have been.
Also, shout out to the referees who, once again, I saw this going back where they called a travel on De'Aaron Fox after his arm was slapped by.
Oh
Kyrie
my
Irving.
God. Yeah. And that was right after they reviewed the Kevin Huerter. So he was stuck.
Yeah.
There was nothing you could do.
Kyrie
This
Irving
is all
smacked
while
down
the game
on
is
him.
close. Like the game is
It's a 3-point game when this
separated
happens.
by a basket. And yeah, that was whew, man, officiating. Lord, officiating has I think Matt George tweeted this last night. I'll paraphrase. He tweeted something. I'm scared to death about what these playoffs will look like, the way these officials have been this year.
Yeah, I mean it's incompetence. It's definitely incompetent. They're letting me know they called a double dribble on that De'Aaron Fox play.
Well, it's essentially the same thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They called him for
Technicality.
yeah. They missed his arm being yanked away.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. The officiating in these playoffs, oof. I mean, they're terrible. They really are terrible. What's the one they did the other day? And they said something. They came out with a statement.
Kings game?
No, it was an NBA, just an NBA game where it was something atrocious.
The Jalen Williams.
he didn't get to the
scorers table.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, we were wrong.
Yeah.
That's the one they just said, yeah, we didn't see him. We were wrong. We made a mistake.
Like that. I don't think it.
And Mike D lost it.
Yeah, I don't think it cost the Thunder the game, but I mean that was a turning point.
Well, you just can't make those. You can't make those mistakes.
Yeah,
you just can't make those mistakes. And it's easy. Obviously, it's easy for us to say I made a mistake 2 seconds into the show. Like it happens.
Right.
But it's not going to cost us the game.
Yeah. No, but
those types of things they can be
and those type of things. Like I'm talking about that specific play. I mean, that could be rectified. You can go back and fix that.
The number one thing about that stuff that isn't fair to me is if they allow when James explained the poll reporter official process to us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's absurd. Like they get to know the question in advance.
Mm-hmm.
I think James said you get one follow-up. But they have like they put out there was another, I don't remember what that situation was, but they put out there was another statement and they started referencing rule number 11 section 2 article 5. It's like, yo, they got time to research this whole thing before they got the question.
Right.
Meanwhile, you march players and coaches out there the second game's end.
Yeah.
That's not right.
No,
that's not fair.
At all. Not at all.
You have to make the decision in the moment, right? About the call.
Yeah.
You should have to answer questions
right then and there.
Yep. Yeah, you should have to answer questions.
So, you're going to, one thing that I'll say, just be prepared for it. If I would tell the fans that, and if I was Mike Brown, I'd tell my players that. Got to be prepared. You can't let it consume you. What happened in that Warriors Thunder game that I talked about, Mike D, that he lost it and he essentially lost the game because he couldn't keep his composure in that situation.
And his team followed.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Brown last night said, I complained too much to the officials. I don't know if a coach has ever said that in the history of professional sports.
Yeah.
But he said, yeah, I complained too much to the officials last night. You talk about Mike sending messages to his team. That probably was a message to his team.
Absolutely.
We are not going to have the officials on our side. More specifically, we're not going to have the officials on our side against LeBron James because they're scared to death of him.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to have the officials on our side against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors because they're Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. And we're probably not going to have the officials on our side against the Clippers.
Yeah.
We're going to have to win in spite of all of those things.
And I like that by Mike Brown.
100%.
Like I just mentioned, I didn't even hear him say that, but like I just mentioned, you got to tell your guys like, hey, we can't get wrapped up in that.
Yeah.
You can lose a game by being too consumed with the officials. I know you can feel like you can lose a game by officials' bad call, but if you're too focused on what's going on with the officials, you can lose a game. You have to know that there are going to be calls that are completely asinine that they make. You've got to be mentally prepared for that. You've got to be ready to. You'll have your natural reaction of, oh my gosh, like what? That's terrible, and you've got to be able to stop it there, move on, stay locked in mentally. Because it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be caught off guard when it does happen.
And I think the Kings have gotten a little too comfortable being frustrated with the officials. I mean, right. You just referenced the De'Aaron Fox play, which was 30 seconds after the Kevin Huerter technical and reverse call. I understand why. And then you've got the constant complaining of Luka Doncic. That's like officiating.
Don't let us play the Warriors. Draymond.
Well, that's what I mean. Officiating is a focus when Luka Doncic plays. Officiating is a focus when Draymond Green plays. Officiating is a focus when LeBron James plays. They lose sleep over getting calls wrong for LeBron James. No one's losing sleep when they mess up something that has to do with the Sacramento Kings,
right?
As we've learned multiple times this year.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to say this because I was rewatching the broadcast here on the studio television. Everybody at the field house that was That guy did not look like Young Zell. Stop it. Stop it.
They didn't. He didn't. But they did start chanting Young Zell when he showed up on the screen. I popped for it. It made me laugh. They started chanting for Young Zell when that dude showed up on the screen. We'll come back. Olivia's with us.
Hey,
Olivia
way
Christian.
back
Sarah Hodges right after that. Matt George. Final hour of the show. Much more Kings talk ahead as D'Lo and Casey continue here. D'Lo and Casey brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. We're back with Olivia here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Whew. Keep on to my confessions. Trey Lance working out with Patrick Mahomes.
Trey Lance season, SZN. Hey, man.
Hey.
Hey,
Maybach O in the house.
how you guys doing?
That yellow jacket you had on was fire. You had it on a recent. Was it a
Yeah.
jacket? That was
Yeah,
dope.
yeah.
Yeah, that was dope.
Thank you. I got a couple of those in different colors.
Yeah, that was
So,
hot.
I'm about to see it.
thanks.
Is it on?
You gave me the shirt a while ago, and I could not find it forever, and I found it this morning.
Nice. Very good. It's not even February or June.
You gotta be black all year long, so
That's what I've heard.
I mean, I guess you don't have to be, but
You
I
should
claim
be.
it.
Yeah, you should be. It'd be weird to only be it once in a
Guess I
while.
missed it. I don't see it.
It's on she was wearing it on one of the game last night videos.
I don't see
Yeah.
it.
I was having trouble with Instagram yesterday. I couldn't make a reel. It kept or make a post. I only could put it in my stories. So if you don't watch my stories, or follow me on YouTube or TikTok.
Did you see
You got these on YouTube too?
Yes, there's a game last night YouTube page. It's been there forever. I haven't put up my Kenny Mayne interview yet. I'm gonna be
Bro,
talking-
you got so many you got so many profiles.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. I
What do you
follow
mean?
like I legit got 3 Olivia profiles. I got .co, the game last night, and she got next NBC Sports.
Well, it's so nice that a number of people found that Instagram. I wasn't really. I just wanted to get it in time for when we go live on the show. But you got a lot of profiles too, my man.
I got one.
Damian, D'Lo, ESP. Like,
I do not have a D-Lo.
is your mom's name Judith?
It is.
Okay. TikTok keeps telling me to follow her, and I was like, Barley. You're the only Barling I know, so I assumed it
You
was
do
your
not
mother.
need to. You do not need to
Oh,
follow.
there it is.
It's on TikTok.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oh
that's,
no, my interwebs.
that is heat. Your interwebs are fine. You're in 4K.
Oh.
That is
Kenny,
a
I've been going.
badass jacket.
Thank you. I won't wear it tomorrow because it's yellow, and I don't want people to get upset
Do
when I
better.
go to the game. Kenny, I've been going to bed early all week so I can save up and stay up to at least 11:30 tomorrow night. You're taking me outside, right?
We're going outside,
Boy.
man. We're going outside.
Boy, Kenny's
Till
Kenny's had a-
11:30.
Kenny's had a rough week with
I
had a rough
I don't
week
think
trying
it-
to hang with.
I don't think Olivia's on that level though. I can see it in her eyes. She won't. Olivia's like a 1-2 drinker person.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean. I mean, I'm just drunk after 2, but I have fun for a couple more hours after that. And I have water in between so it doesn't get messy.
Nah, I got you, man. I got you.
But what are you
saw
gonna
it.
do? Let's match.
Wow.
Let's match.
Wow.
I don't have any poofy dresses.
Well,
Oh, I'd bring you one, but I'm only bringing carry-on. So for
And I don't have any red bottoms either.
you saw I tagged you. I CC'd you on the request.
I didn't see it because I don't check that email. But thank
I
you.
did. I CC'd you
Multiple
on the
emails.
request.
It's
Yeah.
just multiple profiles,
Big time.
emails.
Big time. Big time.
Oh man, you know what? I actually get to Sacramento around noon tomorrow. So I was thinking of coming by the studio.
You should. Hang on. Olivia just told us she's coming to the studio to hang out tomorrow.
Hey.
Olivia covering the Kings Warriors with Kenny Caraway tomorrow. So can't wait to see you here in person, man. That's exciting.
I'm
You should definitely
excited.
come to the studio because I'm not going to get to see you at the game. So it'd be my chance to see you.
Yeah, I want to take pictures by the big wall and go.
The big
raid
Odyssey
the-
wall.
Yeah, I heard there's like a candy bowl or something or a snack bar. No? Doesn't Kenny
No.
go out and get candy like during a break every now and then? Or is that
Vending
just-
machine, Olivia.
Oh.
it's a vending machine. He just taps his iPhone to it and takes whatever piece of candy falls out. That's what he does.
Aw, man, Odyssey doesn't be paying for anything. Dang.
Bruh.
Just kidding. Just
Bruh.
kidding.
Facts. That's big facts. Corporate Odyssey, those paying for Trista to come out here.
Yeah, well, I got some
Wow.
pepper wings yesterday from Odyssey
Oh, that's good.
and
Got-
cranberry and vodka.
Well, shout out to Kim who made sure I got an old fashioned and a glass of water.
Kim gave me a drink yesterday that had tequila and vodka in it.
Why?
She was mad at you.
Yeah, for my downfall.
I don't think there are some. I learned like some of our people don't know how to drink. Like they wanted like Ben Black Bottles 916 came through. Me and Ben have been on this like tequila ride, right? And he was like, "Yo, they got this tequila I was telling you about. I'm gonna go get us some."
Yeah.
And Kimberly's like, "Yo, let's get shots. Let's get shots." I was like, "Hey, you don't shoot this stuff. Like you shoot cheap alcohol. You don't shoot this. You sip on it. You drink it."
Yeah.
Oh no, it's good alcohol. That's what you do with it. So we brought those and they're looking at it and like if you're drinking good tequila, you don't need salt, you don't need limes, you don't need any of that stuff. You need salt and limes when you're drinking cheap crap. If they serve your tequila with salt and lime, say bring me something else because I don't want this. So I got them to sip their little glass of tequila.
Well,
You gotta hey, Vontae Hill. There's levels to this.
there's levels. Monte is like you seen his commercial that plays in the Chase Center for
No.
like alcohol?
No.
Yeah.
It- like what? Like a specific brand?
I can't remember. I want to say Jameson off the top of my head.
Okay.
But he's like, he got a commercial, bro. Like,
Well, Jam-
hey, have a
Well.
pure here with Jameson and get it. Yeah. big
Well,
time.
shout out to Black Bottles 916. Shout out to those Luke Belair bottles behind Maybach O.
Big ups.
Well, I'll tell y'all now, we about to switch up. It's official now. We about to switch up. And when it's time, we'll tell you. But be on the lookout. We about to switch up. We about to
So you're
switch.
saying I need to go ahead and just finish these bottles and stop displaying them?
Well, you don't have to chug them, but like they could still be used as decorations for now. But in time, we making that switch.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
It's always love over there, though.
always,
It's always love.
always,
Shout out
always,
Brett,
always.
Shout out Ricky Rose.
Shout out to the whole crew. But we ride with Black Bottles, man. That's where we go.
100%.
We ride with Black Bottles.
Bottles.
As she fake chugs a black bottle of rosé. Thoughts last night about last night?
The
Thoughts
game
about
last
the game
night.
last night?
Yes. See the branding, the foresight.
Beautiful. It's perfect.
I don't know if you've noticed, the workshop that I do, it's called Own Your Story. I started that like
Mhm.
11 years ago. Now everywhere you go, it's own your this, own your that. I'm like, everyone's owning
You're
stuff
ahead of the curve.
ahead of the
You're ahead
curve.
of the curve.
Last night's game was entertaining. The the Mavs were in a do or die. They're fighting for their lives. I think the Kings played well. Their loss did not worry me. Their loss to the Spurs didn't worry me. There are a lot of folks who are fighting for position right now. The Kings just need to keep doing what they're doing. I understand Coach Brown being frustrated with some of their defensive efforts or lack thereof. You don't necessarily want to go into the postseason deficient in that area, but we're not in the same position as some of these other teams, and I think it's okay. You want to create good habits. You want to go into healthy habit mode. You want that muscle memory there, and ready to dial it up a bit even more during the playoffs. But I think the Kings are continuing to play good basketball. We've been able to stay healthy all season long, and that is a blessing. I think the next layer is going to be a bit challenging as teams get their players back, as their hunger grows. But I've been saying it for months now, maybe. Just keep doing what you're doing, because what you're doing is working. So again, last night's game was entertaining, but I was not disappointed heavily with their loss last night.
Yeah. One of the things that they're able to do with games like that, and the New Orleans game, because of how the game on Sunday went, is it's helping them stay sharp, for the playoffs. Because I said, after Sunday's game, and I still mean it, I mean, none of this really matters, none of it really matters. Like, it's all about how you come out game one of the playoffs. Like I said, they could have won the rest of the games of the season. It would have no bearing on what's going to happen game one. They could have lost all the games to the end of the season. Once again, have no bearing on what happens with game one. That's where I do believe it's a different season. It's a different time. You reset everything and you reset your focus. But with losing on Sunday, it gave them a level of focus for that game against New Orleans. And then just the nature of yesterday's game with Dallas's desperation, it gave them a sense of like, I don't want to say something to play for, but it kept them sharp. Like I said, Friday's game is going to do the same thing with Golden State, because Golden State is going to be playing for something, and they're going to bring in a certain level of energy, and it's going to keep them, help the Giants, help the Kings play with a level of urgency going into the playoffs.
Man, the Giants wish they were playing like the Kings. Yeah, I hear you. I don't mean to hate on the Giants. I'm going to the game on Sunday, by the way. Anyways, yeah, I agree with you. I was not concerned with these last few games of the season. I don't think it tells a story about the Kings and what the playoffs will be like. I don't think those last few games or these last few games tell or will predict how they will perform in the playoffs. But I do think, last night, Kyrie is a superstar. He's a killer. He throws up daggers. That's to be expected. And as you get into the playoffs, there are going to be some random nights where somebody goes off and gets 30 points, gets 40 points, and jacks up something from half court and can take the game. Like, it happens. That's why you play. Any given night, most of these teams, except for, 10, 11, 12, most of these teams can win. So I liked the bounce back that they had after losing to the Spurs. Like you said, Kenny coming back and having a good game against the Pelicans. But yeah, all of these teams in the Western Conference, the Pacific Coast specifically, they're all fighting for their lives. They're trying to get into a particular position. And one thing that's been remarkable all season long is they have been playing with the expectation of doing well. And I think that's been a luxury for them at this point. And I think it's going to continue through the playoffs, because while people are saying, wow, the Kings are doing really well and Coach Brown's going to win Coach of the Year, I still think there's a level of expectation for other teams to step up and take the W and go to the Western Conference Finals. And the Kings, we'll see how well they do. And again, as fans, people have been watching this team grow all season long. We feel like we can do some damage in the postseason, but without having those eyeballs and those expectations on us, I think that's helpful for us to continue to do what we've been doing, going about our business, and people looking back going, oh, wait, maybe we underestimated. Let them continue to underestimate our ability to win. And I think that's good for the team to kind of be playing under the radar in that way.
Is there a team you really want the Kings to play in the first round, or a team you really don't want the Kings to play in the first round?
No, I honestly, I'll take on anybody. And everybody here knows that I am also a Warriors fan. But I said at the very beginning of the season,
left that part out.
If the Warriors do absolutely nothing, if they get crushed tomorrow night, which they lost, the Kings beat the Warriors last time I was in town. I expect the Kings to beat them tomorrow night. But Warriors do nothing, the Kings kill them. I expect that, actually. I expect the Kings to beat them outright. I expect the Kings to be in a bit of a dogfight against the Lakers because of what their lineup looks like. But I'm with this team. I see their ability. I see their coaching staff. I see the way that they coach each other, how active they are. There are multiple points of aggression, like where their ability to, hit the midi, go hit the glass, shoot three. Like they just don't have, there aren't teams out there right now in the Western Conference that I think have all of those abilities like the Kings do. I keep saying abilities, but like they have different weapons in their arsenal that they can pull out. And there's no answer. There's no answer for De'Aaron. When he decides to go off, he goes off. It's a decision he makes, and if Huerter's not hitting, Monk will hit. If Monk's not, we just have an incredible bench. We've got an incredible coaching staff. Again, we cross our fingers. We continue to stay healthy. And it's a decision how far the Kings go. It's a decision they get to make, how well they play, how defensively impacted they are, like whether or not they're going to turn it up in the beginning of the game, in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, don't save it all for the fourth. To me, it's not about the other team being better. It's a decision whether or not the Kings will play within their ability. And they just have to decide that night after night, play after play, quarter after quarter.
One of the things that we were talking about that a lot of people are concerned about, I understand the concern, but it's not anything to lose sleep over because it's out of your control, is the referees in the playoffs. And how, everybody is worried about, you go up against the Warriors are going to get a favorable whistle. You go up against LeBron and the Lakers, they're going to get a better benefit of the whistle than the Kings are. Probably Clippers and anybody that they play essentially will probably get a better whistle than the Kings. Do you subscribe to that? Because it is a concern because the referees have been incompetent for the better part of the year, but there ain't nothing you can do about it. Like there's literally nothing you can do about it. So no need losing sleep over it. Is that how you feel about it, or is it a legit concern for you?
I'm concerned. I'm only concerned because I don't want the Kings to overreact. I want them to be prepared to not get the calls. I want the fan base to be prepared to not get the calls. It sucks that it works this way. It doesn't make any sense. The rules are the rules. You should be calling it the way that you see it. But that's just not the reality of any professional league. Superstars have a leash. They can go really far off that leash. Other people's leashes are very short. We saw that last night with Kevin Huerter. He got that technical foul after being slapped in the face. He retaliated physically, so he did deserve a technical. You can't just push somebody to the ground. But we see that the whistle is not likely going to be in your favor in those kind of scenarios. Oftentimes they see the second hit, not the first one. Domas is going to have some black eyes and concussions. We're going to go through it. So as a fan base, we need to be prepared for that. Yeah, we're probably going to go all crazy on Twitter, but I think the Kings team, the players have to be able to play through those moments until you get on the other side. They've done an incredible amount of work this season to get to where they are. But like I said, they're still underdogs. They're still not really looked at as favorables. People are still kind of dismissing them to a certain extent. And for that reason, I also think the referees are going to be doing that. They're going to be dismissing them. They're not going to get the calls in the same way. So we have to understand that that's what's going to happen. But as players on the court, you cannot react to those referees. You have to play the game that's in front of you. You have to play the way that it's being called as best as you can. I don't want you getting thrown out in the first or second quarter. You got to get in there, not because of anger issues, right? Like if you get in trouble, you get a bunch of fouls. It's up to the coaching staff to be able to rotate you out. But I don't want to see people getting a bunch of technicals and getting thrown out of games because they're just frustrated. It's going to be frustrating, but you got to stay within yourself and work with each other to the finish line. That's just the way that it is.
They really messed up the Huerter call.
That was crazy. That was once I went back and saw what happened.
The man got Rocky Balboa in the face.
Right in front of the referee.
The foul, rightfully yelled at the ref about it. They looked at it. Oh, yeah, he's right. Yeah, that is a foul on.
But you still can't yell at me.
No, but you see how when Kevin hit him, pushed him off of him and got called that foul, if he hadn't pushed him and he just yelled and he was anybody else, if it was Kyrie and he screamed, he wouldn't have gotten called a tech. It would have just been oh, Kyrie's upset, right? But
I don't think he got a technical for the push, though, did he? No, he got a technical.
He got a foul for the push and a technical for the yell. But had he not pushed him back in retaliation and then screamed, then he wouldn't have gotten the tech. So if he had just gotten slapped in the face and then screamed, if any other player, I'm saying, had done that, they wouldn't have gotten a technical for just screaming. But Kevin Huerter and nobody on the Kings team can do that. you're not going to get away with screaming in a referee's face. It's not going to happen. Now, we all know that Doncic could cuss you out. Draymond could cuss you out and your mama, and it will take a long time for them to call a tech, but that's not where we are. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't react that way. It's okay that he did it last night. It didn't matter. But I'm just saying, as we prepare for the playoffs, it's going to get a lot worse. It's going to get a lot worse. But we don't want people getting thrown out of games because of that kind of stuff.
We got we got like one of those situations that I think Matt Barnes was talking about, where like the refs will make the incorrect call and they get told about it. They get held accountable by the player, but there's no punishment to it, or there's no taking back the technical and all this other stuff. Like, essentially, he got mad at Kevin Huerter for yelling at him for making the wrong call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Kevin Huerter got penalized and the Kings got penalized for this guy making the wrong call and being told about it.
Yeah.
It's whack.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things that I think they need to be examining in terms of like changes in the rules. If you challenge a call and you were right, you should be able to keep your challenge. Lose the challenge when you're wrong. But there are other things. You know, it's funny, and I'm thinking about this. A couple of weeks ago, I was watching a game that Jeff Van Gundy was calling. And when he's calling a game, I typically put it on mute. But that guy whines about the current players like nobody's. When I was a coach, we didn't do this. Who cares that they're playing these games? Why are they sitting down? There's no woman who can get on television who could be a color commentator and bitch as much as he bitches. I don't know if I'm allowed to say bitch, Jesse. Sorry, I just said it. Like,
oh yeah, we let it fly. You got it.
But that was one of the things that he mentioned, the fact that you should be able to keep your challenge if you're successful. But, you know, in terms of referees not receiving punishment for it, I don't really know what you can do. I mean, I think you get rewarded if you're right with being able to call playoff games, right? Like if you have a good crew and you are elevated to be able to playoffs. And then if you're even better during the playoffs, you get to call the finals. I think that's your only reward, but I don't think you get fined for that stuff. And I don't really know how you would be able to kind of punish them for those things. But that's what I mean about the players having to just play the game that's being called. It's a struggle. It's crappy. It's unfair, especially when you've worked this hard to get as far as the Kings have from where they were last year to where they are now. Like you are owed some respect, but it just doesn't work that way.
Are you happy with the way that the Kings have responded to, you know, games like Sunday? I want to call it adversity. I don't know if Sunday's loss with it was adversity as much as it was annoyance or frustration. You know, obviously they didn't lose anything by losing that game to San Antonio. I mean, figuratively, you know what I mean? But do you think they've done a good job at responding this year?
I think they've been pretty much rattle proof. I don't think they've gone in like long stretches of losses all season. I think months ago when they were down here playing either the Kings or the Clippers, Coach Brown talked about them trying to win 3 out of 5, just 3 out of 5, 3 out of 5. That's what we call a victory. And I think they've kept their heads down and have really operated that way. They haven't allowed themselves to get down on themselves within a game, and they haven't gone through these long losing streaks. I think they're confident in each other's individual ability and their collective ability. So I think they've been able to remain rattle proof and that they don't get shaken. They don't start falling out of the game plan, even when a game is close or they start losing by a couple. They look at the clock and they're like, we got plenty of time to do what we're going to do. If we want to turn it up, we'll turn it up and get this W. And at times, like last night, just superhuman abilities from superstar players like Kyrie, it's not enough on nights like that. But I don't think you can see, like last year, we talked a lot about how it would look physically on them when they were dejected. The shoulders would slump, they'd get down. And anytime it was close, you're like, just try to get over the hump. But they didn't have that confidence that they could get over it. And it would quickly turn into some like 10-point, 15-point deficit. And all of a sudden they're out of the game. I don't think the Kings have done that all season long. I could be wrong. Willsey, let me know about those stats. But I think they've been able to really confront any challenges. And even if they don't get over that hump, they don't let it turn into a big snowball effect within a game and within a series of games. They've been able to reel it in. And Coach Brown has done that within a game. Even if it's like 1 or 2 plays where Keegan's playing off or someone's not playing hard enough defense, he calls a timeout and shuts it down. And I think they've been able to do that successfully all season, which again is a testament to where they are right now. and third place in the Western Conference.
You mentioned Keegan. We didn't bring up him not getting any shot attempts in the second half.
Oh,
Not sure how that happens.
I don't know.
I put
0 for 0.
Yeah, I put a little bit of that on Keegan too. You can't. You got to be aggressive at some point. Like, and it's not all on him. They got to look for him or whatever. But you're too vital not to shoot the ball.
Dallas ramped. I understand. This is a wild sentence I'm about to utter. Dallas ramped up their defense in the second half.
What?
There was a point in the fourth quarter. I look back at Brian Cruz, who was sitting right behind me. I was like, are the freaking Mavericks playing defense? They did in the fourth. They got desperate.
Yeah.
We talked about it, like they got desperate. They needed to win. And I don't know that they were locking down Keegan for 24 minutes, but yeah, it is pretty wild that Keegan didn't take a single shot in the second half.
Can't have that happen.
He needs
Especially
a pep
with
talk.
the way he played in that first half. He played really well.
Right.
In the first half.
Yeah.
How many did he have a couple of fouls in the first half? Like
Yeah,
3 or so? Like maybe he got a little.
But he got him quick. But then he got back in there in that second quarter and he was hitting some shots.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sometimes I would imagine being a rookie in that kind of situation, in that kind of atmosphere, maybe you're letting the veterans on the team kind of run what's happening and you're thinking you need to step back a bit. And
Nah, you can't do that.
Can't do
I mean, I know you don't want that, but I'm imagining here, like maybe that's what he was thinking, not trying to find his shot. But Keegan's been amazing all season long. The way that he shoots with confidence, the way that he carries himself, the ability to be coachable. He's just been an amazing addition to this team. I don't even see how he would fit anywhere else. He just belongs here in Sacramento.
I just thought of something. I think this is a magnificent idea. Without telling you in advance, I just absolutely love this idea. So we're about to enter the playoffs for the first time in 16 years, right? And you just talked about this a few minutes ago. Own your story. So you're speaking to the Sacramento Kings right now. Olivia, tell them 16 years. Own your story. What pep talk would you give them?
Oh man, why did you have to make me all big
for this? This is just a great idea.
I would say keep doing what you're doing. You have earned this slot. You have earned this focus. You've earned these wins. You have earned it for each other as you have played individually, within yourselves, collectively as a team. Lean on each other. Believe in each other. You've got this. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing for you to be distracted by. Just focus in on this team and each night playing as hard as you can, as smart as you can for 48 minutes. That's all it takes. I'm usually drunk at my workshop, so I sound a little bit better, but I'm not drunk today.
Is that true? That's tremendous. That's tremendous. Is everybody else drunk or just you?
I do try to get other people drunk first when it's like an evening happy hour workshop.
It's like a comedy show where everything is funnier if everyone's a little...
Two drink minimum right here.
That is absolutely why there is a 2-drink minimum at comedy clubs. Everything is a little funnier with a little alcohol.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's my overall, like, you're in the NBA. You're on an incredible team. I think a lot of times we hear from professional athletes are like, if I need motivation, I'm in trouble. At this point, I should have the motivation within me already. I've got a team around me that believes in me, a coaching staff that believes in me. I've got it done mentally, physically, emotionally. I'm doing the things I need to do to be better, to get after it. So there's really no change in the game. Just keep doing what you've been doing.
I'm with it.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe I go before you get out of here. Major League Baseball season has started.
It did?
Yeah. Yes. MLB TV. Have they had any games on there yet? I don't think so, right?
No, tonight's the first night. And I don't even know which games they're on, but they fired everybody from Apple's Friday night baseball lineup.
Who they have now?
I don't even know. I don't think there are any women though, which really sucks. I was looking for the names, but I couldn't find, I didn't do a good job Googling it all, but I just learned that they got rid of everyone. And I know you didn't think it was that terrible, but I hated it so much. It was so bad. But if we can start a campaign where I get to try out.
Who was the lady that was on there again?
There were a couple. They had some East Coasters and some West Coasters, but Katie Nolan was the most famous. Yeah.
You're not a Katie Nolan fan.
Not for
Not much.
baseball.
Okay.
She
that's
just
fine.
didn't know the rules. She was somebody tagged someone when they were sliding into second. They hit his helmet, and she's like, "But they hit his helmet. Is he still out?" I'm like,
Oh my God.
Well,
I don't think that should be fair.
They tried to grab a name and just kind of
Yeah.
put them in the. Okay, that's tough.
Yeah. But she admitted it. She wasn't acting like she knew everything. She was like, "I've never done this before. Let's see." But I'm like, I don't know if this is the stage where you test it out. That seemed wild to me.
Well, maybe it is. It's MLB TV on Apple. It's not the World Series. Put a Katie Nolan on there.
Yeah, I don't hate
Let her
them for
learn.
put an Olivia Christian on there.
Yeah, let them
Yes.
get the reps in.
All right. Well,
Not
we'll
Sunday
see you
night
tomorrow.
baseball.
As we mentioned, Olivia will be covering the Kings Warriors game. For those who are unaware, the Kings have not lost, including a 176 to 175 victory at the Crypto.com arena in Los Angeles. The Kings have not lost a game that Olivia has covered, and she will be here covering the game tomorrow night. We can't wait to see you, Maybach. Oh, we appreciate you as always. We'll come back. Sara Hodges, CBS 13, joins us next here on Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Excellent.
I'm also going to need a hot dog. I think the hot dog plus my presence.
The hot dogs are definitely there. You just at halftime, you got to get down. They're definitely
in the press room. In the press room, did they have hot dogs?
Yes.
I didn't see it
Yes.
last time.
They definitely do.
I have to say, when I had one at the last game down here, and I tweeted about it, and you wrote like, I had your voice in my head. You were like,
That's
"Bro,
right.
what is wrong with you?" That was exactly how it sounded. And I love when Damien calls me bro. It's just so cute, bro.
Yeah.
Shout out IO. He was in the building yesterday.
Yep.
Big
IO
ups.
came through.
Did Jack come? Or I guess he can't go. It's not,
No.
It's a bar.
No,
bar?
he could come. No. It wasn't a bar. I mean, there was a bar, but no,
Yeah,
it wasn't
kids
like
there.
that. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Little kids.
Jack could have come. We even said afterwards, you should have brought Jack, but Jack's never around. Like Jack's out there living his life.
20. Jack is living his life.
Mhm.
Oh, I want to do a quick shout out to my my niece Abigail Olivia. She turned 8 years old. Happy birthday, Abby.
Happy
Auntie O loves you.
She's named after you.
She is my brother's daughter.
That's tremendous.
I told my sister if she named Morgan Olivia, I'd pay for college, but I'm glad she didn't.
What is Morgan's middle name?
Michelle.
Oh, that's right.
My sister's middle name.
Yeah.
All right, can he text me what colors we're gonna wear?
Black.
Just kidding. Okay, I'll wear black. But I'll text you about coming to the station tomorrow when I get off the plane and try to say hi.
Pull up on us.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Bye.
Maybach. Oh. And right on time. How you feeling today, homie?
I was a little bit hungover, but
Oh, Lord. Listen to that boy. Oh, we all know what that sound is.
Hey, I needed my electrolytes, man. I was telling y'all, man, I need a
Dude.
little Gatorade.
same. But Gatorade Powerade doesn't have gelatin. I guess like Gatorade has bone marrow in it.
Oh my.
Yeah, gelatin is crushed bones.
Yeah, so that's why I have to go Powerade. I can't. It sucks too because sometimes somebody will have a Gatorade and I'll be so hungover and I just can't drink it. It's annoying.
I never knew that.
That's what I believe. That's what's also in gel. No, what is it? Marshmallows.
Marshmallows. I can't eat marshmallows. I haven't had. You can get vegan ones. They're pretty good.
Marshmallows are gross. You're not missing anything.
Yeah, I'm not a huge marshmallow person, anyways. So, but you know what it is? It's Rice Krispie treats. That's just what I miss so much. And the only way I can eat them is if I make them at home and use the vegan marshmallows.
So
which are lame.
They're
Vegan
not as good.
marshmallows are so lame.
So
I've gotten better, but not as good.
Why wouldn't I want bone marrow in my? Gatorade? Or
I mean,
anything?
it wouldn't matter because you eat meat, but we don't. So like that's why we wouldn't do it.
I got you.
Yeah,
It's also bone. I'm just
throwing it
you're
out
not,
there.
you're not a Labrador, so I just point that out.
Nothing worse than a glizzy, though. I'll be
No.
honest.
Oh man, thanks again for coming last night. That was dope.
Yeah, man.
Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. Like I love being there, seeing you guys in your element. Everybody loves you guys so much. It was so cool.
They stopped talking to us when you guys came in.
Oh, stop.
That's
It
very
really
true.
happened. What are you talking about?
That
It's
is
right there.
very, very true.
You guys
Really
are
happened.
funny. You guys are funny, but yeah, no, everybody had a really good time. It was
That's
cool.
good.
Yeah.
Are we
I could-
playing somewhere? Like, is there something, some sound of us?
Oh, it's golf. Hold on, let me turn it. I have the Masters on. 1 second.
Okay.
It's so low. Like I'm shocked you can hear that.
Sarah got up at exactly the wrong time. Sarah Hodges,
The
is-
nameplate with
yeah.
nobody.
she's there.
Dr. David screenshot this. Screenshot it.
Sarah, okay, just before you say anything, we're live on the radio. I just want to mention that we came back right as you got up to turn golf off. But the lovely Sara Hodges of CBS 13 Sacramento, kind enough to join us here after hanging out with us last night, hanging out after hours with the crew in KC. Got everyone but me chugging electrolytes.
This is what y'all's watch party did to me.
Man, it was lit. And the Kings didn't even win. Just think what would happen. How many celebration shots and drinks would happen?
It would have been turned out. I would have snagged the Odyssey card from Kimberly and bought everybody something.
Yeah, a lot of people showed up.
Yeah, it was fun, man. We're thankful, man. We're thankful for the group that watches this show, listens to this show, puts up with us, hangs out with us, rides with us, dies with us, man. We love everything that they've helped us build over the last 3 years.
And you're one of them.
And you're a big part of it. And we're excited about what's coming up for the playoffs. We've talked a lot about road games and what we may be doing for those, but Sarah told us we're going to be doing some pre-game hits, post-game hits. We're going to be doing all sorts of stuff at our home away from home at the Sawyer for these upcoming playoff games.
And I need to hit the Sawyer, be like, hey, you guys should be free room, something.
I heard they had a Sara Hodges suite you spent so much time.
I did hear that too. Super exclusive.
Super exclusive.
You know, and you can't just rent it.
We were actually we were pulled into a back room. How do you know about this suite, sir? Like, we're gonna need details, and we were forced to give up how we knew about it, or we were going to be taken around the corner to the jail.
I had a couple people with the clubs in their hands.
John Poles was standing at the doorway.
John Poles, he's gonna. I just had a thought. He's gonna be my like my bodyguard. He's gonna be like Diesel. I'll be Shawn Michaels.
John Poles is going to be the guy to beat Roman Reigns. That's John Poles in the chat. One of our most loyal is 6'8" and 350. Like, that dude's going to take somebody out.
It's good to have people like that around.
Always. Season, coming to a conclusion. Overall, obviously, in incredibly positive. Do moments like whether it be last night or Sunday's game still leave you with a little bit of uncertainty as we head into the playoffs?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm not worried. I mean, there's things obviously to be worried about, but like it's nothing different than 3 weeks ago, or just of course. Like I mean, that's any team in the NBA. If you're a fan, you're gonna have some concerns, right? Because there's holes. Like everybody has holes besides like maybe the Bucks, but there are some holes, some rim protection issues, some defensive issues, some issues being able to play defense without getting into foul trouble. But the great thing about the playoffs is it's a 7-game series. So I don't know. I'm worried about seeing the Warriors. I know you guys are worried about this. I'm obviously worried about the Suns too, but that's not going to happen. So.
Yeah. What about the Warriors? Like, kind of worries you. I mean, obviously, probably Steph, but like, is it the pedigree of the Warriors? Like, what what is it about them that you
It's
don't
the
like?
offense, because like if you think about the Kings, what set them apart is their offense, high scoring, and the Warriors can go pound for pound with them. Jordan Poole is just insane, and how they just get these insane shooters all the time. Like it just baffles me. But like he's really, really good. And they're
gonna, Sarah always talking about a pool party.
Well,
that's her boy Jordan.
My faves. But
but I mean, Jordan's capable, and I think that's one like little kind of squirmy thing from last night. What we saw from Kyrie is that Steph can do that virtually at any second, and that's what's terrifying about playing players like that. Is they can have those moments, and in Steph's case, he can have them a lot.
But that's the NBA playoffs.
Sure,
you go to every team. Every team got somebody who could do what Kyrie did last night. That's where you're at now. So
And the Kings can do that too. The Kings can do it too. So it's like it's just it's going to be the thing about the Warriors too is just the veteran experience. They've been there before. They've done it. It's nothing can beat that.
Yeah, that championship pedigree is something that's certainly concerning with them. How do you feel about the Lakers? Obviously, we were having this discussion last night about the three teams. Lakers and Clippers were playing at the time. The Warriors were off last night. And I think a lot of Kings fans got really comfortable with the Lakers because they saw the Clippers kicking their ass. And it made everybody feel a little bit better about what could happen. Of course, LeBron, the King, said it was a scheduling conflict that allowed the Clippers to get the Lakers. But that's obviously a very different team. I don't think.
I mean, they're a team that plays great defense, but I'm not.
Going back to January, we haven't seen this version of the Lakers, right?
No, we never played
after the trade deadline.
AD. We hadn't even played LeBron and AD at the same time.
At the same time,
and Vanderbilt. All that. So
we
definitely hadn't seen none of that. So it's a completely different team.
Yeah.
I mean, when the Lakers are healthy, they're definitely going to be scary. I think here's the thing. A lot of like fans talk about, the Lakers. It's just like the psyche of it, but like none of these players were around then or even give a crap about that. So I don't think that that's a thing. Like I think maybe for fans it is.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely not like players could care less about that. They were barely alive then. You know what I mean? So
I agree completely.
But the Lakers can play defense, and with AD and LeBron James healthy, I wouldn't want to face the Lakers if I were the Kings. I mean, look, it's the NBA, right? There's stars on every team, and on any given night, a team's going to beat another team. That's just the way it goes. So it's just managing the best of seven and hope that the Kings can play good enough defense. They're going to have to turn it up on defense because other teams around the league are going to turn it up on defense come playoffs. Y'all know how it goes. That's when we finally see the NBA players play any sort of defense all season is when the playoffs hit. It will be interesting to see how it goes, how the Kings, what their offense looks like in those type of scenarios. Are they going to be able to step it up?
I think they'll be perfectly fine. I don't think we're going to see too much difference between how they play in the regular season and in the playoffs, for better or for worse. Like they might be, a little better on defense, but they're generally going to be who they are. And offensively, I agree with you. The other teams are going to turn up and try to defend better, but I don't think they're going to stop the Kings from scoring. The Kings
are deep.
Yeah, they're going to do what they do. So it's just going to be if they're able to execute on any given day. The other thing about that is we talked about it before, Damian, we talked about it as well, is the adjustments from the coaching staff from game to game. Mike Brown seeing something either on offense or defense in one game and be like, I didn't like the way that went. I'm going to make this adjustment, or I think we can exploit this. Let's do it this way. I think that's going to be a huge key. And I got a lot of trust in this coaching staff to be able to make those game-to-game adjustments.
I agree 100%. It's going to be interesting. I just am excited that we're talking playoff basketball with 2 games left in the season, and we're already locked in. We're loaded. Now we're just like, okay, who are the Kings going to face? Like, that's a good feeling. It's crazy. But, yeah, it will be – I asked Coach about, because you wonder sometimes because they do turn up the defense a little bit in the fourth. Is there is any of it by design? And he said no. He's like, they just suck. He's like, pretty much that's just what it is. He's like, you don't want to do that. You want to play defense throughout all 4 quarters, but he's like, I don't, he mentioned like different strategies that they try to take to, get the guys to buy in on defense. And sometimes it's a little bit harder. They're a little bit harder on the guys. And sometimes they try to take the easier approach or, film study this day or, okay, drills this day. You try to, attack all angles and see what works. So far.
You think Mike Brown, do you think Mike in his time with Golden State is any sort of advantage or disadvantage heading into a potential series with Golden State?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's an advantage because he's going to know what. Do you think much has changed from last year to this year in game plan for the Warriors? Probably not. Yeah. So yeah, I think that he's going to know what time it is. Like if it's, when it comes down to like close games or, who's going we all know who's going to try to get the last shot off, but I'm sure he knows a good amount of their plays.
Yeah. And
he's in Steve Kerr's head. I'm sure he knows what he's thinking.
I thought the same thing as well. As like more than even knowing the plays, he knows the Achilles heel. A lot of these guys on both offense and defense, like he knows, like because he tried to mask these Achilles heels, like for Draymond or Wiggins or Poole or something like that. So he's just going to look at it as what were we trying to keep. What situation were we trying to keep Jordan Poole out of to use him effectively when we were at the Warriors? Okay, we're going to try and use that same thing against them this time as I'm head coach of the Kings. And it's not going to be the end all be all. It's going to be, those players out there on the court. But if I had to choose which side has a little bit more of an advantage in that respect, I'd go with Sarah. I'd say, yeah, Coach Brown got a little more advantage than the Warriors coaching staff.
For sure. For sure.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app as we're gearing up final 2 games of the regular season. I
just wanted to ask Sarah, what's on your mind? Yesterday she said we'd be rushing her off. We don't let her talk. What's on your mind, Sarah? What you got
this weekend? So this weekend, we are coming out of the Masters. CBS 13. We have a few hour-long shows after Saturday's round, and then Sunday, the conclusion of the Masters will be coming out of. And yeah, it's going to be so much fun. 18 live players in this tournament, which is different. We haven't seen them yet. We haven't seen them play, but it's a major, so it's not a PGA championship, PGA Tour, so they're allowed to play, and they're there. There are 18 of them that got invited. Phil's back. Didn't really play that well today. And Tiger is back. I love Tiger so much, you guys. Like when he was going into this tournament, he was talking about his leg. Like, his leg, if Tiger wasn't Tiger, he probably wouldn't have a leg. Okay. They reconstructed and basically built, there's like metal in there, put his leg back together. Imagine being like at the top of, he's not, I wouldn't say the top, but Tiger Woods was still winning tournaments and then almost losing your leg. And he has to kind of deal with this new reality. It's such a different type of Tiger. He's really humbled himself. It's just, I'm proud of him that he's getting out there. He's walking and he said, look, this is my leg. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's mine. And, watching him play, I think he finished 2 over today. Not the best, has a little limp to him. It just doesn't look like the old Tiger, but we just need to enjoy these moments because I don't know how much longer we're going to be watching Tiger play.
I hope he makes the cut.
Me too.
Yeah, that's always the thing. Get to the weekend and create a little intrigue. Yeah. The live. How do you feel about the live thing? That's interesting. And I understand it not being a PG, not being a PGA and being allowed in. But how do you feel about that whole dynamic?
I'm happy that the Masters invited these players because I think there's obviously such a political side, and I don't even want to get into that because I don't do well with haters. But I think it's nice for golf to see, the best players in the world, going head to head. Like that's what you want to see, right? Like imagine if the NBA, like another league started in the NBA, it's like, then you have these guys leaving, but it's like, we don't get to see the best matchups, in the world on a given night. And it's, so I think it's good for golf that they're back. There was a little bit, it caused so much division in the golf world and, just so much craziness going on in the world. I just hate to see that, these are the best golfers in the world. Like I want to see them play against one another,
Well, they were, but they left. They
Yeah,
took the bag and left.
I mean,
That's their decision.
Would you not?
Well, no, absolutely. Well, all right.
Listen, hold on. Not only are they getting like $300 million contracts, like the PGA doesn't pay for families to travel. They don't pay for your wife to go get spa days. They don't pay, you can bring your whole family on they're flying you on a private jet from wherever to wherever with your whole family, room and board. It's hard to say no to that. Like you can see where that would be hard. But you're right. You got to live with the decision. But them living with the decision is one thing. Us not being able to see it is another, right? Like they probably are okay with it, but I'm not okay with it. I want to see the best go head to head.
Yeah, but I mean that's the decision they made. They knew if I make this jump, I probably can't come back.
There's a trade-off for the money, and
we're the ones
probably
suffering.
A lot of trade-offs for the money. Like you're making a decision because what we're not talking about, and that's what this all boils down to, is where the money comes from. That's what we're not talking about.
I mean, that's
you've made the decision to make that money. I'm going to fall. Hey, you can live with that. Do you? But there are ramifications that come with that. And maybe it's not being invited to PGA events. Masters chose to make that decision because so many have defected. That's their decision too. And the Masters get to make that decision. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Maybe the PGA follows. I can't imagine it, given that LIV is essentially competition for them. Right. So I imagine this will essentially, the Masters might become, like WrestleMania, where you get the biggest matches every year. You get the biggest names all in one place at one time. But you guys, CBS 13, because we family, always do really good post shows following golf.
Yeah. And look, I wanted to say you guys, gonna kill it for the Masters. I wanted to give a shout out to what you guys did for the NCAA tournament.
Yes, indeed.
I was locked in every time. My man, Coach Katz out there. You and Jake, you guys killed it.
Some of the best promo videos in local television.
That Sarah jump shot though.
Yeah. Oh,
that Sarah jump shot.
That was one take too. That's what I heard. I heard that was one take.
And I'm sticking to it. No, we really had a good time. It's the Masters is so. I mean, the NCAA tournament is so crazy, especially in the opening rounds because it's so many different teams and like. It's impossible for me to know everything and watch everything. Like, let's, be candid about the situation. Like I'm reading, I'm doing what I can, but I'm back there editing videos, producing my show, it is a lot. And to fill an hour, just talking about a lot of games that you didn't have the luxury of being able to see is not easy.
Or you're watching like 7 of them at once on all of these screens in front of you, trying to like pick apart what the most important thing is in each one of those. That's tough. Those wraparounds are tough, man. Those first days of the tournament are tough. Having been able to do a couple of those with you and Marshall in the past, man, I know how much work you guys put into that. Yeah, and you guys did a great job doing it. We always get the benefit. I say this all the time. We get the benefit of doing our show the next day. And it's time to think and strategize and process what we're doing. Sarah and Jake, you guys don't always get that. And going live with an immediate thought and immediate reaction. Now, what you guys do is a little less opinion based than what we do, but still, it's incredibly difficult to turn that around as quickly as you guys do.
Especially Sarah after a Raiders loss.
Oh yeah, I've been next to Sarah for some of those. Oh yeah.
I don't even care. I'm not gonna even give her crap this season.
Or a Raiders win. Let the Raiders win. Let the Raiders win their first game in 8 weeks. All day. We ain't right back, D. We ain't right back, D. She
That's
said that to
right.
me on live television. I had to tell Sara Hodges on live television to calm down. She said, we ain't right back.
For real though.
Lord.
Hey, listen, my team is just, I don't even know that I want to be a fan this season. So that's just how I feel about that. I'm
It
just
might
like,
surprise you. You never know.
Well, they're bringing as many Patriots as they can over.
It's the Patriot way.
It's the Patriot way.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh,
Like,
she's
you know,
disgusted. She's so disgusted.
I'm not going to sit here and like completely hate on the Raiders, even though off camera I will. But it's just very frustrating to see the decisions that they made this offseason. At this point, we should have just kept Derek Carr.
Well, yeah, there is that.
But
What is happening at your house right
I
now?
think the dog is moving
it's
around.
probably my dog. Yeah, it's so crazy. You guys can hear all these. They're such like maybe because I have these on.
Maybe.
So like I'm just like I can't. Like I was so shocked that you heard the golf on.
Yeah, we heard the golf, and I think your dog is trying to rearrange the furniture.
I think it's actually my. Bo, can you stop taping that? He's taping something. He's taping something in the background.
What is he using that much tape for?
I have no idea. I think that's what it is. That's
Is he
what it
hanging a
sounds
poster
like.
on the wall?
Maybe. So funny story. His dad is like coming here to visit us. And like, we're just like not the type of couple where we're like obsessed with each other. Like we love each other. We've been together forever, right? We don't have like all the big pictures. Like it's just not us. So we got something in the mail and it was obvious that it was like a picture frame. And we're thinking like his dad got us like a jersey, like a signed jersey or something. We're all excited. We open it. It's like a picture of like our like engagement photos. We're like, we both looked at each other like, dang it. We thought we were hoping it was going to be a jersey so bad, but his dad's coming. So like, I was like, look, we got to hang it. So hopefully he'll take care of that today because yeah.
That is wild.
So we got to get this up, honey.
Get
Get it out the closet. We got to get this up.
It was so funny. We're just like, we just
Sarah and
looked
her
at each
husband
other like,
really like each other. I think that's they just leave the house. Hey, I like you. I like you too, honey. See you later.
See you later. Like you a lot.
Oh man.
Well, so
Yeah.
next time, oh no, playoffs wouldn't have started, but we're gonna be ramping up next
Yeah,
time.
next time we
Sarah.
talk,
We'll be
yeah.
ramping
Oh
up.
my gosh, I can't wait.
It'll be ready to go for playoff time.
We'll know
Ooh.
who they're playing.
Yeah,
we'll know
yeah,
who
yeah,
everybody's playing.
Yeah.
And we got the Sawyer locked in. I'm so excited to have you guys on the newscast. You guys are going to kill it. Our news team loves you guys. So Tony's going to have so much fun having you guys on the show. Yeah.
Look at Tony.
Are we doing? We're doing the 4 from the Sawyer or from the
We're
court?
doing like every show from we'll see. We can get creative. Maybe we could go live from the court and they can toss to us and I can interview, one of y'all down there. And then maybe one of y'all could be at the Sawyer. Like we'll get creative and have some fun with it. But if you guys, any of you in the chatty house or in the area, come say what up. We're on the second floor right there. We would love to bring you guys in and get the little fan in the background.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
It's
Yeah.
about it's about to be.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That
Doko.
Oh my gosh, that first game. I cannot wait for next week.
I just hope the Kings it worries me more that they're losing at home than not lost to Dallas. Like
Sure.
you know what I mean? I really pray that that's not a thing.
Well, sorry, let your husband do what he has to do.
Yeah, we're not rushing you off.
Don't get in trouble now.
Yeah. Love you to death. Thank you.
I love
as
you
always.
guys so much. Thank you so much for having me on.
All right. Sara Hodges,
Talk to you guys
CBS 13 right there. And her wonderful husband who's apparently taping up a picture that their father
That they both were.
that they don't
They were
want.
kind of disappointed. Like, damn. I wanted that LeBron signed jersey.
I wanted that picture of me at the pool last year. Crap. The LeBron signed jersey. I was hoping it was a 8. She won't get see that's the gift for Sarah is a Kobe jersey.
Oh yeah, that's Kobe. She's a Kobe Bryant fan, big time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Speaking of Doko, the Kings playoffs, all the other stuff, you see they announced some of their plans.
I did
for the playoffs.
I did.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
I did.
Can't wait to see it.
Competition, huh? We don't even have anything planned. We think we do, but we don't. We don't know. But that's what it should be. Let Kings fans just rejoice in this. Be a part, because it's fun watching with other Kings fans, right? It's fun being a part of this community. For like, you know, keep referring to last night at Fieldhouse, people telling stories of like my kid was 4 talking to Io after he was like, Jackson doesn't know what any of this is like. He does. Like, I've told him stories.
The city looks like
I've told him stories of when bars and restaurants used to be packed for Kings games. He just thought I was lying. This is his first opportunity to experience this, and I know that's the case for so many people. We'll come back. I have I'd like to talk about the 3 different teams that the Kings could play.
Okay.
And I have an opinion on the 2 teams in the Western Conference who I think have the best chance of coming out of it.
2
and I'm curious how I'll rank them, power rankings, but it's just 1 and 2.
They say this is a big rich town.
Hey, if I can, it's right here.
They say this is a big rich town.
So I had these for you. Wendilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry about that, everybody.
No 13th round today anyway. Although this is a bad job by me as a boxing connoisseur. I didn't realize, Jesse, did you realize Fundora is fighting this weekend?
I don't even know who that is.
The tall Inferno, the 6'7" guy. You know Fundora. The Mexican dude who's like a beast. He's like 6'7" welterweight.
I got to see a face.
You know Fundora. You beat up Erickson Lubin not too long ago. He's a beast. When you see him, you'll be like, oh, yeah. But, yeah, he's fighting on Saturday. Shakur Stevenson's fighting on Saturday, too. And Brandon Lee is fighting on Saturday. Brandon Lee, Sacramento native, Brandon Lee. I think he's from Yuba City or something like that.
What's Shakur Stevenson fighting on? ESPN or what?
Yeah. Got some good fights on Saturday. J-Dog Knight. J-Dog Knight really don't ever comment about anything but this fight. And all I'm going to say, J-Dog, is if Tank knocks his ass out, I need you in this chat. Matter of fact, I need you to call in. You're going to have to be present if Tank knocks out Ryan. Because J-Dog Knight, I don't have no problem with it. But he's very, very vocal that Ryan is about to knock out Tank. If it doesn't happen, I need you to be very, very present the same exact way. That's all I ask. Because if it does happen, you can take your victory lap. Y'all know you come in here and be like, I told you it was going to happen, all this other stuff. Hey, if it doesn't happen, I need you to be just as vocal.
Ryan got power like that?
He does. I could see a scenario where he knocks out Tank with that left hook. I think that's the only punch he has that could hurt Tank is the left hook. But I could see him catching him. It's very, very quick. Oh, damn. Big Baby's fighting on that Shakur undercard too. And Keyshawn Davis. Damn. It's a good look. Taz, I did see that. I think it's 36 years ago today. Hagler Leonard. I can't remember. I watched that fight and I scored it. I don't think I have it in here. Let me see, because I got all these little scorecards in here. I think I wrote that down. I don't think I have it. But I think I had Hagler winning. But it was really, really close. Let me see if it's in here. On my, what's it called? Scorecards app or fight card, whatever the hell this app is. Very, very convenient. Yeah, I don't have it in here. But I think I had Hagler winning that fight. Oh man, be safe, Rob W. I don't know what's going on, but be safe, big dog.
You think Tank versus Ryan does a million buys?
Yeah. I think it does. I think they get a milli. Yeah, it's a big fight. It's a huge fight. What are we? We're 2 weeks away.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Wow.
Biggest fight since
less than 2 weeks, huh?
Yeah.
Like 10 days.
Well, it's the 22nd, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it is like 2
Next
weeks and some
weekend.
change.
Yeah, next weekend. I really hope the Kings play on Friday or Sunday. I don't
That's a fight that needs to be watched.
Yeah, I need to see that live. Kings are gonna get priority for sure, but I hope they play on Friday or Sunday.
Matt George. Turn your mic on, professional broadcaster. Matt George set to join us the final hour of the show, just about 1 hour from now. Matty Ice will be with us. We'll talk to him, obviously, about the Kings and last night's game and moving forward.
Real quick,
Mm-hmm.
the 10th inning is back.
Oh,
The Giants moved to 3-3 today
hey.
as they beat the Chicago White Sox 16-6. The Giants either don't hit or hit the cover off the ball.
Well,
They had 13 home runs in this 3-game series against the White Sox, tied for the most in franchise history. They hadn't hit 13 home runs in a series, 3-game series, since 1961.
damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a lot of home runs. 13 home runs. And I think this was a 3-game series. Yeah, it was
Wow.
a 3-game series. That's the stat. But
That's impressive.
that's crazy. Here's another interesting note.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants still have not played a night game. They played
That is
all day
interesting.
games. They're going to play another one tomorrow, another day game on Saturday and Sunday. And I think their first night game will be their Dodgers, the Dodgers game, which is on Monday, which
In San Francisco?
I think it's in San Francisco.
Okay.
Which, here's another quirk, will be the Giants' first National League game of the season. That's so weird.
That's wild.
That's
Yeah,
so
that's
weird.
kind of wild.
It was the Yankees, White Sox, and they start a series with the Royals. Their home opener tomorrow.
Well, we're talking baseball, so you know Ramsey's on the line. Ramsey, happy birthday, brother.
Much appreciated, gentlemen. Thank you.
Happy birthday, big dog.
Thank you. Speaking of baseball, I might go see Tatis tonight.
Where's he at? They play the A's or something?
No,
He's here.
at Sutter Hill Park.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's rehabbing.
He's,
Okay.
he's on his
Okay.
quote unquote rehab assignment from the suspension, and then he got into it with one of the pitchers last night because he hit a home run, and the pitcher called him a
cheater.
Called him a cheater.
Well, I think he called him a cheater in a different language, didn't he?
So yeah, pretty much.
I tell him go
Pretty
shoot
much.
and go get that ball out the stands. That's what I
Yeah.
tell him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what exactly does Ramsey do on his birthday?
Nothing I don't want to do.
Okay, dude. All right, bro. All right, Ramsey. Driving by Marie's Donuts as we speak. All right, man. Enjoy your birthday, Ramsey. Goodness gracious.
Shout out Ramsey, man.
Stephen Brown said, fade. Someone, I don't remember if it was Zach, Chris, someone last night described the Chatty House as like cafeteria lunch table. I was like, yeah, that's on point.
Yeah, it's lunchtime at school.
Yeah, that's on point. we just hanging out for 4 hours talking.
Stephen Brown, I don't know if he was just being talkative, but he said he was the same size as John Pauls.
Oh,
I
word?
beg to differ. I don't believe Stephen Brown. I don't believe that. He said he was 6'5". Stephen Brown ain't 6'5". Look at that profile.
How you know?
Look at that profile pic. He don't look like 6'5".
How can you tell?
He don't look like he's
How could you
6'5".
possibly tell?
Stephen Brown looked like he about 5'9".
5'9"? That man does not look. How can you? That's his torso up. Stephen Brown says he's 6'5", 225, 255.
He's not 6'5".
Stephen Brown is the Rock. Stephen Dwayne Johnson Brown.
Stephen Brown is 5'9", 140.
Stop it. That man is not 140 pounds. Stop that. Leave Stephen Brown alone. Stephen Brown gonna show up at Sky River Casino one day and whoop your ass. You better be careful. You better hope John Poles is there.
I told you, John Poles, he's my diesel.
You better hope John Poles or King Boss is there to save you.
John Poles is my diesel. I'm going around talking all kind of smack. John Poles gonna be right on my right side.
Man, we appreciate everyone who came out and hung out with us yesterday. We're looking forward to doing that again. Very soon.
Yeah.
Very, very soon. I told you I had power rankings for the two teams that I thought would come out of the Western Conference. And a lot of this came like on the drive home last night because there were just the extensive conversations about the Lakers and the Clippers. And I used to think a certain way about the Clippers that I don't really think I feel anymore. The fear of the Lakers is all just perceptive. Like it's not.
You think so though?
Huh?
You think it's all talk? I mean, I don't agree with these people that say they're going to win the West, but I can see them winning the West.
Sure, I can. To be clear, I can see virtually any team that's going to make the play-in winning the West. I think a lot would have to go right for a team like Minnesota or New Orleans to do it. But really, when you get into the top six, and we'll throw the Lakers into, I guess, say the top seven, I could absolutely see it. But when you look at,
I can't see Memphis.
So that and that's what I kept getting stuck on, right? Because I went back to Kenny Caraway Epiphany that a lot of people laughed at the moment, and then led their podcast and their radio shows and the talk shows with it when we talked about the team winning the going to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, let's revisit that because we're here now. Like we're here, and I went through these teams and like Oklahoma City, love what they done. I guess that would be a surprise, but I really talking about the top seven. I think the Lakers still have plenty of flaws, and I think one of them is the fact you talk about scheduling conflicts. I get this was a back-to-back. You're about to play a bunch of games in a short period of time against the same team who's going to be able to adjust to what you're doing, and I think that's going to bite them at some point. And I kept going back to the same two, three teams over and over and over again. And I was trying to figure out how to rank them. And I was trying to figure out who could I really see coming out of this conference. And part of this is my own inability to shake something I saw. The Kings are second to me.
Let's go.
I don't think that's an outrageous take either. I've been very consistent with Denver all year. I do not like them. I don't like them in this conference. I think the Kings match up well against them. And I think several other teams in the league, several other teams in the conference match up very, very well against them. I think in the right series, Denver's a 4 or 5 game out. Not in the first round. I'm talking about if you get into a series, a semifinal Western Conference final, they could be out in quick order if it's the wrong matchup for them. I have Phoenix at third.
Whoa.
And it's my inability to shake what happened to them last year. have the Warriors at 1. I can't shake this feeling that I could see the Warriors just doing this all over again.
Mm.
Do you think the Warriors were the best team in the Western Conference last year?
No,
I don't either.
I think Phoenix was
I think
better.
that's what I'm stuck on.
Yeah.
And maybe the more realistic line of thinking should be that isn't going to happen again.
Mm.
But I told you I couldn't get over my inability to get over what happened to Phoenix last year and what Golden State did with virtually the same exact roster last season.
Mm.
And I look at Kevin Durant is a dynamic unlike virtually any other player in the entire league.
Mm.
I have Phoenix just like right there at 3, just because I've seen them melt down.
Mm-hmm.
And what if something happens to Chris Paul? Is Kevin Durant enough to make up for Chris Paul?
Yeah.
How does that? And I'm sorry to do that to Chris Paul, but we've seen it.
Yeah.
Like, we know that's a possibility. The Clippers have kind of got washed out because I think there's starting to be a fear that maybe Paul George won't be back anytime soon, if at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think that changes the dynamic of that team. I think we saw Anthony Davis, though. I think Anthony Davis was popping off at the mouth a little bit. I do think teams are going to look to try to take advantage of Russell Westbrook and force him to make bad decisions when he's out there on the floor. And without Paul George, he's going to have to be some semblance of a scorer.
Yeah.
He can't be a pure distributor. Like, he's going to have to score points if Paul George isn't around, which I think he can do, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But again, matchups, I think there are certain matchups that would be tough for the Clippers. And I do think Sacramento was one of those. When I weigh, you talked about Memphis a minute ago, man, when I weigh the weaknesses of every team, Memphis has weaknesses. All of the play-in teams have weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know exactly what Phoenix's weakness is yet.
Mm.
Golden State, obviously, on the their defensive inability on the road. And then Sacramento's defensive inability, period.
Yeah.
Well, what did they do right? To me, Sacramento's scoring is right up there with some of what you could, when you talk about some of the best things in the Western Conference, Sacramento scoring is at the top of it, or near the top of it. And that's why I have them slotted above Phoenix, slightly above Phoenix. And I know you don't agree with this. I know Jesse doesn't agree with this, but I'm still frightened by the Golden State Warriors.
It's not outrageous. It's
and I don't think
not
any
outrageous.
scenario of ranking these 7 teams is outrageous because every single one of them has flaws.
Yeah.
But as the main crux behind all of this is, and maybe I need a therapist. I can't get over what happened last year. I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
And Phoenix, I saw it for reasons that have never, ever been explained. I saw it.
Yeah.
Golden State, you just said they weren't the best team in the conference last year. I saw it. And it's the same roster. It's the same guys. We talked about, I know I mentioned this earlier in the year, I think post All-Star break. Now, I could say it again. Kyle talks a lot about the vibes. And that may be part of the reason they can't defend on the road. I think James brings that up too. He doesn't use the word vibes. He says it in a different way. Got 16 wins ahead of us. And then we don't have to look at each other ever again. Let's get through this. Let's win a championship. And whatever happens with this team, happens with this team. But we know what we're capable of. We see it. The numbers are there when we're at the Chase Center. Let's play 16 games. Let's win a championship. And then we never have to see each other again.
My argument against that is I just don't think they're good enough.
Why?
Because the Andrew Wiggins that carried them defensively, I find it hard to believe he's just going to step on the floor and change their entire fortunes. He hadn't played in 3 months, and he's just going to step on the floor.
Does he have to change their entire fortunes?
Yeah, because as it is, they're not good enough. Like, they're just not good enough. to go through what like their path would be. I'm gonna just for argument's sake would be Lakers, or excuse me, Kings, Lakers. I think the Lakers as a 7 would beat Memphis.
Okay.
Phoenix. I don't think they're getting past all 3 of them teams. I don't think they're good enough this year to get past all three of those teams.
Obviously, I don't want them to get past the Kings. I could see them beating the Lakers. The Phoenix one.
I think the Lakers would beat them up.
Really?
In the paint. With AD there.
Really?
I think they'd give them a lot of problems.
Okay.
LeBron would be on the boards. I don't think they'd be able to. I think the Lakers would beat them.
Okay.
I think now on the flip side, flip side, as always, I think they beat Memphis.
I wonder how many people have no. I wonder if like people think like flip side is your.
I'm trying to find
a
a way to bring it back next year.
Well, that's not.
Love flip side.
Oh, I know everybody did.
I loved it,
but then like it mysteriously disappear a week.
It wasn't mysterious. It was.
Well,
where I got it from, they were hating on me.
Audio wasn't available after they got beat 37-3, which I don't think that score ever happened. But I'll say some in the chatty house were calling foul on some of those missed flip sides.
I think I know what happened too.
Did they change the password on you?
No.
Did you get left on red like I did?
When I got out of my old car, I changed my subscription, and I think the subscription I had gave me everything.
Got you.
And when I changed it, it didn't give me everything.
Got you.
I kind of figured that out a little later. I was like,
okay.
I think that's what happened.
I got you.
But I can see it. I can see the Warriors.
Where would you, not to put you on the spot, if you were to rank 3 West teams to come out of the Western Conference, number 1 being the team you think has the best chance to come out, who do you think it would be? Or who would your 1, 2, 3 be?
My 1 would be Phoenix.
Phoenix, okay.
My 2, this is not a homer.
No, I got you. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And then my 3. Now I also say this: my 2 changed because if Paul George was there, I'd say it was the Clippers.
I got you. Yep.
So with him out there, I've taken that out, and I mean, I got to be consistent here with what I just laid out. I think the Lakers will be 3rd.
Wow.
I think the Lakers are better than the Warriors.
What do you have a thought on this? So I saw you shaking your head. So I'm way off on the Warriors.
So with the Warriors last year, I don't think you compare them last year to this year. Last year they were actually good. Steph got hurt coming up to the playoffs and stuff like that, and that was kind of like the questions about him. But once he came back, they were back to normal. The Warriors, my thing is when a team tells you who they are, believe them. They've been inconsistent all year, and I don't think you can put it all together right when playoff time comes and then like do it. Like I said, I've been saying it all year. They just said the same thing about Brooklyn last year. Oh, you don't want to see Brooklyn. Like it doesn't work that way. You need some form of consistency coming into it. So I don't buy the Warriors.
Isn't that kind of the Lakers too?
I don't buy the Lakers either. The Lakers, any series they win is an upset to me. And I think with the Warriors, you need Andrew Wiggins to be your second best player. Like that has to happen. Last year in the finals, it wasn't like it was Draymond, Clay. They got the pictures and stuff. It was Looney and Wiggins who helped.
And
Steph.
he just can't be because of the absence. He just can't be the second best player.
It's far-fetched. He's just coming back right now. For me, my number 1 to come out the West would be the winner. If it's Clippers versus Suns in the first round, whoever wins that series, my favorite to get out the West.
Oh, okay.
Then I'd go Kings, and then give me the Nuggets at 3 stars.
Okay. Oh, man, we have Jesse, the only one who didn't crap on the Nuggets.
The Nuggets are 3, but like I said, I can see their weaknesses too.
Yeah, you know what?
Everyone has weaknesses.
I could put the Nuggets at 3 for me. Like I see what the Nuggets could be a little bit more than maybe you do.
No.
And you're not saying they're trash, but
no,
I don't think you believe they can get to the finals.
Like, I don't think the Nuggets match up.
The Nuggets will be looking at like.
Am I bugging? Does Sacramento not match up great against Denver? Is that my imagination?
They match up pretty good.
I feel like they do.
And then somebody said, didn't Jamal Murray get hurt the other day?
Oh,
He left that Rockets game.
I missed that.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have heard if it was like super serious. I don't think that's the case, but I think he did leave that Rockets game the other day with an injury.
Well, they lost by like 21.
Yeah. So you talk about matching up Fox Murray. Jokic, Sabonis, you're at least not getting destroyed in that matchup, even if you think Jokic is better. And then you got Aaron Gordon. I mean, Harrison Barnes can match up with that. Bruce Brown, he's going to be a bit of an issue. Not an issue, but he's going to be somebody that can match up with Huerter when from defense. Like he can play good defense on Huerter, but he's might be a negative on the offensive end, so that's not going to hurt you too much.
Thumb injury for Jamal Murray.
Thumb injury. Okay. Yeah, I think they do kind of match up with them. I think they got a better bench than
I think so too.
Denver. So, yeah, I think they do. But you look at Denver, like we look at some of these paths to an NBA final. Denver would probably face, for lack of sake of argument, let's just say New Orleans. I think they could beat New Orleans. Then they'd match up with Phoenix probably. And I don't think they beat Phoenix.
Yeah, that's the end.
I don't think they beat Phoenix. Hence why I have Phoenix at number 1.
I feel like so much like that. Cameron Salerno put out this clip from I don't know if it was Get Up. I don't know what it was. Some ESPN show this morning, and they were talking about the Lakers, and now the Lakers are the scariest team in the West.
Oh, all those noobs.
But it was all if. Like, okay, since we're doing if Phoenix is on point, this isn't a discussion. It like if that's what we're doing, there's probably not much of a conversation here. Because all of the ifs surround Kevin Durant. And there's not a more dynamic player in the conference than Kevin Durant. There's not a more game-changing player in the conference than Kevin Durant. It's just, that's the if. It's same with the Lakers. That's the if I can't wrap my head around. For some reason, I can Golden State. But I can't Phoenix, and I can't. Now, Phoenix could change my mind quick. They could beat somebody. They beat the Clippers in 3. Well, then, okay. All right. Well, let's just buckle up.
Yeah.
Lakers, I'm not sold.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on any of them.
And you know what?
Need to see it.
You know what's interesting? And it's not surprising. It's just interesting. Where everybody got ifs except for the Sacramento Kings. And I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah.
If everybody in the playoffs, because everybody's so sure, the defense is going to ramp up. You're not going to score the same way. I'll tell you right now, if they can't stop the Kings from scoring, nobody's beating them. You better hope that the traditional 5 to 6 points off and all this other stuff happens. And you probably, to be honest with you, you're probably going to need to be like 8 or 9 points off from what they do in the regular season.
Yeah. That's the fun if.
Yeah.
Like if the Kings score their average, you lost.
You're not winning.
You lost.
They're willing to beating them.
They're willing to if every team in the conference except the Kings.
They don't ever bring that up.
If the Kings just do what they've done for 80 games, you're losing.
I'm gonna tell you right now, clip this, do whatever you need to do. If you
That's a very visual for those watching.
I tell you right now, if you can't stop the Kings from scoring in these playoffs, they're beating everybody. At least in the Western Conference. We'll see what happens in the NBA Finals.
Let's keep the same energy if we're gonna do if.
That's all it is.
Yep.
Well, I got an if for that ass. If you can't stop the Kings from scoring, if they putting up 118 to 120 or something like that, like they've been doing all year in the regular season, Lakers, Suns, Warriors, Nuggets, Memphis, all of y'all going down. All of y'all going down. That's your hope, is that you can stop the Kings somewhat to do whatever you need to do. They can't do it. Ain't nobody beating the Kings. I said it.
That's another thing too. I think Kenny's right. Like a lot of these numbers with the Kings, like they're historic. Like the Kings are actually really good and stuff like that. Everything else has been pretty much narratives. I think the Kings are the only thing where it's like, no, like we've seen it. Like the numbers are there to support it. Like they're gonna surprise.
Yeah, if everyone gets it together, if Andrew Wiggins is back, if LeBron James and this crew, if they're ready and if they can stay healthy, they got an if for everybody.
Everybody.
Except
for the Kings. When it comes to the Kings, they're going to light the beam out of the first round. Come on, Jamal. Come on, Jamal.
It's almost kind of like what's stronger, the narrative or just what the Kings have shown? I think when you're picking.
Right.
And to their defense, they can't speak on what the Kings have shown because they haven't seen it.
No, they don't know what they're talking about.
Which is exactly the impression I got from the TNT crew when Candace Parker blurted out, Jamal, you know that you ain't picking him to come out of. You haven't watched them one single time. No. That's why all you could talk about was Mike Brown and Shaq selling his stake in the team.
That's it.
You literally offered nothing about DeMontis Sabonis, who, by the way, got another triple-double last night. 242. Mention it for the first time. Got another triple-double last night. They didn't make any mention of that when they clinched the division the other night. They haven't made any mention of what De'Aaron Fox did. Kyrie Irving went nuts in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what 2 players are at the top of the league in terms of fourth quarter points? We saw them both last night.
Facts.
Kyrie's on top now because he had a better fourth quarter. Kyrie's 1, De'Aaron Fox is 2.
Facts. Once again,
the game discrepancy is pretty wild, but Kyrie is number 1 and De'Aaron is number 2.
If the Kings lose in the playoffs or they lose in the first round or whatever, it's not going to be because of those sorry narratives that aren't even true.
Yeah,
it's going to be because whoever they played outplayed them and they beat them. It's not going to be because the Kings are scared or inexperienced or anything like that. It's because whoever played them outplayed them and beat them.
We'll talk about Andrew Wiggins. Kyle filled me in on some stuff about Andrew Wiggins last night that we can talk about, and we will dive into this Warriors game coming up tomorrow a little bit more. Kenny brought up a great point earlier in the week that I think is worth revisiting. Plus, Matt George on the way, and the phone line's open for you, 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. With 17 different restaurants and bars to choose from, Sky River Casino has something for everyone, from casual quick bites in the market at Sky River to fine dining at SNR Prime. We'll be back here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. SR Prime.
Jason Dillard, they didn't win 25 straight, a road game in 25 straight playoff series. That's perfectly fine. They ain't won 25 straight series. That ain't what happened. They didn't lost. It can happen. We've seen it happen.
Who's he talking about?
He's talking about the Warriors.
Oh,
they didn't want to play a road game in 25 straight series. It's a hell of a streak.
Jason, where are you at in that picture you taking? Where are you at in that
carpet somewhere?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I was like, hey,
I see you, big dog.
Where you at, bro?
Yeah.
Man, Rush, you nailed that one, bro. You nailed that one. I know you didn't mean to, but you nailed that one.
Which team out west do you think gives the top 3 out east the best fight in the finals?
Give me that again.
Which team out west do you think would give, like, say, the top 3 teams out east the best fight in the finals if they matched up?
Ooh, can I cheat? Phoenix. I have to say Golden State because we saw it. The Clippers with Paul George. That's the part where I'm cheating. I'm trying. I can't include Sacramento. They're 0-6 against those 3 teams. That would just be a disingenuous response. Golden State, because I saw it and believe that Boston was a better team for
I think those
4.5 games. The Clippers, if Paul George is back, which even Paul George coming back is, there's some flaws there, not flaws, but concerns. And then Phoenix.
Memphis is kind of wild card team to me.
I don't know, man. I don't know about Memphis. Oh, that's dope, Jay. That's dope, man. Love that. That's awesome. That is awesome. I'm in Sac. Oh man, appreciate you, Jason. Thank you, brother. Yeah, yeah. It's hard to tell with them, man. Which is why everything I just said, in a week and a half, I could look like a giant jackass. Because you're 100% right. It looks like they're on the verge every time they play. They're on the verge of doing those one of those 2 things. They're on the verge of doing one of those two things. Got to email our friends at the Kings back here real quick.
I pressed the wrong button at the vending machine.
Uh-oh.
Ended up with beef jerky instead of the Snickers.
Be careful. You might end up with that tuna and crackers they got in there.
Oh, snap. That boy Jason was at the NAACP
Yeah.
Image Awards.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Jason. I see you. Leezy saying he gonna clip that. All right, clip it, Leezy. I better get some residuals from when you put that on your YouTube stream.
Oh, he sends them to us.
Two things,
Got you.
both involving our main man, Will Z.
Okay.
I want to give a shout out to him.
Yep.
And lovely Hannah, who was also in attendance.
By the way, I got some eggs for you in the car.
Oh, that's what's
From
up.
Will Z's Chickens.
That's what's up.
Also,
I need
Black
that.
Bottles 916 made a deposit during the show.
Oh, word?
One last hurrah
Did he get for you or for
us.
Oh, okay.
Well, I ain't gonna do you like that.
I didn't know because
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's
It's in the
okay.
car. Well, we had a little arrangement. Yeah, we set.
Damn, end of an era. But
the beginning of something
it
new,
is,
baby.
It is. But shout out to Will Z, who was at Fieldhouse yesterday and broke out the laptop.
He did. He did.
Bro, he's like, hey man, I got work to do. I know it's a party. I know we're having a good time. I got work to do. I don't know what y'all doing. So that's that dedication I'm talking about. That's why Will Z is that dude.
Yep.
But he also sent us a breakdown when Olivia was talking about Coach Brown, like trying to break down the season into 5-game sets. And Will sent us the list, the record of those 5-game sets. They've had 16 5-game sets this year. And by record, they've gone 0-5 0 times. They've gone 1-4 1 time. They've gone 2-3 4 times, 3-2 6 times, and 4-1 4 times. They've gone 5-0 once. So they do pretty good in their little 5-game sets, which is probably something that can prepare them for the playoffs.
Jesse asked a good question during the break, and it doesn't line up with my top three, but he asked, what teams in the West do you think give the top three teams in the East the biggest, the most fits?
Phoenix.
Yeah, you're right.
Phoenix. If Denver could get there, I feel like they'd match up pretty good because they've got the big that can hang with Jokic or not Jokic, Embiid, Giannis, and I think he'd be a bit of a problem for Boston. And they have like wings that can defend. The question is, do they have wings that can put the ball in the basket?
Mm-hmm.
And it really depends on what Michael Porter Jr. you're getting. If you get Michael Porter Jr. from the other day against the Warriors, Denver got action. Denver could be Phoenix if you get that Michael Porter Jr. But you just never really know. And you never know what's going to happen with Jamal Murray. But I'd put Phoenix, Denver. Part of me wants to say the Kings, but I just don't know if they defend well enough.
You can't say the Kings.
So I can't. Yeah, they don't defend well enough, and they don't have the size to match up. So I can't say them. Part of me also does want to say the Lakers because they have the size.
Okay.
So
I went Phoenix. I cheated though, and I admitted I cheated. I said the Clippers if Paul George is there.
That's well, yes. I'm assuming he's not.
I
there.
cheated.
If he's there,
I
he can
know.
do that. You know who else?
I said Golden State.
They're too small. You know who else? They're too small.
I understand. They
can
That's
match
what I
up.
thought last year.
They can match up against Boston. I can't match up against Milwaukee. And
all right.
Embiid and Giannis would destroy them boys.
Okay.
But you know who, ironically, I think matches up.
I really hope you're all right. I do not want to see. I don't want to see another Warrior parade.
I don't either.
Okay.
I really don't.
I hope y'all are right.
You know, ironically, somebody that would kind of match up with those teams, the Pelicans.
Size and what else?
It's the size. They've got the guys that can score.
Yeah, they had 3 30-point scorers last night. Was that the number? And none of them were Brandon Ingram.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they had 3. I think that's right. I swear Pelicans had 3 30-point scorers and Ingram had 24.
Wow. The Pelicans
that is crazy.
The Pelicans sneaky. They could cause some problems if they were to get in. I don't know if they're going to get in though. And that's before. I'm not even saying that if Zion comes back. I'm leaving that out of there.
Doesn't matter.
I like the way Valanciunas plays. He's just he's a big body in there. You know, he gets on the boards. He has a better scoring ability than I think people realize. Brandon Ingram has the opportunity and the ability to be the best player in a series.
Current standings, though, you just think the Lakers get him?
I do.
Okay.
But you talk about who could match up. I'd be floored if they got there, but I think the Pelicans can match up with those teams in the East.
Okay. That's wild.
It is.
Because you don't have them getting out of the play.
Well, so what are they? Well, no, I do. I got them being an AC.
Oh, okay.
I think they would lose to the Lakers, but they would beat.
Oh, okay. Okay, got you. All right, and that's actually the standings right now. The Lakers at 7, the Pelicans at 8.
And it'd be a problem for Denver.
I could see that. Could be.
It could be a problem for Denver.
Could be. That's some interesting series right there if that's how it shakes out with Denver and New Orleans and Memphis and the Lakers. I like
New Orleans better with Zion or Ingram, not Zion and Ingram. To me, it doesn't really matter which one you take out of the equation. They're better with one of them out of the equation.
But unlike Dallas, you haven't really gotten a chance to see that.
True.
Like, I mean,
well, you saw it a year ago
in a large sample size.
Yeah, well, we saw it the year before last, and it didn't work. They weren't that good. Now they've got CJ now. They've got Herb Jones. They got Alvarado when he comes back. They've got Murphy. They've got different pieces than
3 of those 4 guys you just named scored 30 points last night. 30 plus points last night.
Who was it? Murphy, Herb had 30.
Yeah. I think he was leading. I think he had like 35 or 36.
Wow.
Or 34 or 36. And CJ.
So yeah, like we haven't seen Zion and Ingram with that group around it. So maybe it looks a little different. But when we saw them before, I don't.
Did they play together at all this year? Was Brandon Ingram out when Zion was in? Like, did they
If they did, they played
like limited.
I think they played together like briefly this year, but they did look pretty good. I think once Zion went out is when they started losing games.
But when Zion went out, they were both out, right?
I think, yeah.
Wasn't Zion because Brandon Ingram had that? He had like a weird injury, that
foot injury.
Yeah,
nobody really knew how it was going to work.
And then the last update we got before he returned was essentially he's just going to have to tough it out, which is why I'm stunned that they're still in this position.
Yeah, and he just
because he's been toughing it out for like 30 games.
Looks like nothing's going on.
Yeah,
I'm glad nothing is.
No, yeah,
and maybe he's playing through it. And just
I don't know if he's healing. Like it was super vague because he was out a really long time, and then it just became, what is going on with him? He's just going to have to tough this thing out, and now he's back playing, and the team is doing well.
I really like Brandon Ingram. I really like him as a player. He seems like a good dude too. I was when on the broadcast the other day when Mark Jones told the story of how Brandon Ingram was so shy to go on these AAU trips, like he didn't want to leave home to go play in these AAU tournaments and stuff like that, and he had to be like reassured by his parents, like it's gonna be fine, like go out there. Like that was an endearing story to me for whatever reason. That was because I can see that kid. He looks super quiet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Super reserved.
Yeah.
But he's this basketball beast. It's like, nah, bro. Like you got to go. You got to go play with the Compton Magic, okay? So we can maximize what we got here.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Matt George of ABC 10 and host of the Locked On Kings podcast set to join us coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. You brought up a great point earlier this week regarding the Golden State Warriors and the Sacramento Kings. Of course, they play tomorrow in the finale at the Golden One Center, and I was just emailing with the Sacramento Kings, and it's going to be quite the turnout tomorrow night for this game. These two teams haven't seen each other for a really long time. They played 3 times, essentially, like the second the season started. They had all 3 of their games were done by November 13th. That was the last time these two teams played, November 13th.
Man.
And different teams.
Yeah.
Not massive makeovers at the trade deadline, but they got into the flow of a season. They established themselves. They established identities. Some good, some bad. And in the Warriors' case, some just flat out strange. Their road record and ability to defend on the road when they defend at such a high level at home, that's weird. There's no other word to describe it for me. It's just strange. So to see these two teams again this late in the season, knowing we could see them in a primetime slot next Saturday, is fascinating.
So here's the interesting thing about that, because I brought up that point and I thought about it some more, and I was like, well, maybe we did see who they are. Like you look back on those games,
the Warriors,
both teams.
Oh,
the Kings were this offensive team that they put up numbers.
Yep,
they put up numbers, but all of it, like when you talk about the Kings offense, the Warriors didn't play no defense back then. We just looked at it as it's too early to really tell. But they've all like stayed consistent. Warriors can't play a consistent game on the road. I think they had like an 11-point lead in that game against the Kings. Ended up losing by like 11 or something like that.
They had a 15-point lead and wound up losing by 7. If you're talking about the last game, yeah. They wound up losing by 7. They had a 15-point lead in that one. The game sent them to 5-8 and sent Sacramento to 6-6. That was their 3rd win in that 7-game win streak that really kind of turned the fortunes of the season a little bit.
Yeah. But I mean, they were both on display. Like that game, in Golden State, the second one,
Mhm.
where the Kevin Huerter got fouled 7 times.
On
Like
a single play.
Yeah, the Warriors are a 2-man team. Like they're not. Nobody's really gonna hurt you, except for Steph and whoever it is that night, Wiggins or Poole.
47 from Steph that night.
Yeah.
25 from Andrew Wiggins.
The Kings aren't this defensive juggernaut, so they give you opportunities to continue to play. But the Warriors aren't either. Kings had their way with the Warriors in that game. Like, remember, that was the birth of it's just really like this 5-minute spurt. Like, that's almost what it was almost for all 3 games. Other than that, the Kings really outplayed the Warriors the entire time they played. It was a 5-minute stretch at the end of the second quarter in the first game where the Kings had that big comeback to get it to 4 with a minute to go. It was a 5-minute stretch that kind of got the game out of hand. Other than that, they played them even. The second time they played each other in Golden State, Kings really dominated that game. They dominated that game. But the Warriors were able to close the distance late in that game. Another maybe 2 or 3 minute stretch, 4 or 5 minute stretch to be able to pull out that win. They played really well to start the game against the Kings here. It was about a 5-minute stretch. And then I think in that third quarter, they kind of opened up a little bit to get it to 15, maybe. Maybe that was in the first half. But either way, it was just these little pockets of time where the Warriors outplayed them. Other than that, the Kings were having their way with the Warriors all year. I don't see any of that changing. I think that's who they are. That doesn't mean the Warriors can't win or that the Kings are guaranteed to win, but the Warriors aren't going to all of a sudden stop the Kings from scoring.
So the Warriors' biggest shortcoming, you think, is defensively?
Yeah. Yeah, they don't defend.
Or I guess defensively, period, specifically defensively against Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that goes back to what I said. You better find a way to stop them. You better have some timely stops or be able to lock down in the fourth quarter or do something, because if you ain't stopping the Kings from scoring, they're going to get you.
But can Golden State match through a series offensively? Not talking about tomorrow, but through a series, can they match 4 times offensively?
Yeah, they can. They can. I wouldn't put my money on it.
Really?
Yeah. They can. They have the ability to. They have all the weaponry to do it.
I mean, because even
I
if
just think the Kings would beat them.
Okay. You would almost need a big night from Steph almost every night.
That's what it's going to come down. Like, Steph is going to have to average like 37, and he can, but he's going to have to average
because then you would
series.
need a combination of like Poole. Then you probably need a Clay game, and then you need an Andrew Wiggins offensive game. But I think the other side to that is you could get a massive Jordan Poole game and a 20-point Steph Curry game. I think you could get that once or twice. I don't know that you're going to get that from Clay. Well, I mean, we just saw that. Like, Clay just did it a couple of days ago. He didn't do it against that. He just did it a couple of days ago, though. You kind of need a mix and mash of their offensive stuff.
Well, here's why it's a little bit of a bad matchup, I think, for the Warriors, because I always look at closing out the game, right? And if Clay is there, who's sitting for the Warriors? Is it like you're probably going to have a closing lineup of Curry, Clay, Poole,
Clay,
as your
Poole.
guards,
and then Draymond and Wiggins.
Yeah, Draymond and Wiggins. So who's Poole guarding? He ain't guarding Fox, which is the smallest guy on the court. I don't even think he's guarding Huerter, because they're going to try and put Curry on Huerter.
That's where I was going to go.
So who is Poole guarding? And if that's the case,
it's got to be Keegan then. Well, I mean, of course we're assuming the starting lineup is the closing lineup, and that's not always the case,
right? But then okay,
I mean, if Steph's cooking, like Davion might be in. Like, that's what we saw last night. They put Davion on Kyrie,
right? And they might take Keegan out or something like that,
and
put him out. But for the most part, you're going to get Barnes, Sabonis, Huerter, Fox closing out. Maybe Monk is in there or whatever, but it's not going to be somebody that you can help off of. Like it's gonna if somebody is in there like outside of Davion in the closing time, that's going to be a threat. And it's like, where do you hide? In all these other series and all these other people, they look to hide somebody. And Shoeless 99 says Gary Payton. Well, if Gary Payton's in there, then Jordan Poole's not in there.
Yeah, your offensive threats are limited,
right?
If you're throwing in Gary Payton at the end of a game.
So now you throw Gary Payton.
That's like throwing Davion in.
Exactly. Now you throw Gary Payton in there, and you've got 2 non-shooters in there.
In Draymond and
Gary Payton. So it's almost a pick your poison type deal, and they may figure it out. They may just figure it out, but
it could be the same situation that the Kings would have to deal with Steph if you have Davion in there, and then it's like, well, De'Aaron is doing what he does, so we've got to put Gary Payton in there,
right? And
each is now you have offset, you have offset, moves,
yeah.
But I think your overarching point is one of the things I think is the Warriors love to play center field with Draymond Green. You're not going to get to do that. There's no one you can fall off of.
Yeah, and that's the key. Well, all these teams, like I think about last year, all the matchups that the Warriors had, there was always somebody that you could play off of. You can't do that against the Kings. And typically it was like the center, right? That you could just like not really worry about too much. That's not the case here. You're gonna have to play Sabonis. Draymond can't play center field.
Oh yeah,
like he's guarding Keebler. You know what I mean? He's gonna have to play Grant Williams. This ain't Grant Williams. You know what I mean? Like you're going to have to play every single person out there. Steph, even if you think you're getting them some kind of rest by putting them on Huerter, he's gonna have to work. He's gonna have to work on defense. That dribble handoff, they're gonna dribble handoff Steph to death. And he's a great player. He's one of the greatest we've ever seen. So he may be able to fight through it. But with some legs looking like in game 5.
Yeah,
6.
and I think that's the other question. That's the other kind of footnote to any King series that national analysts haven't been smart enough to bring up. Is you could talk about your series, you could talk about your LeBrons, you could talk about your Anthony Davises, you could talk about your Stephs, you could talk about all of these different things. Okay, you keep talking about these series and these adjustments and pressure and experience. Cool. Can you run like the Kings can run for 5, 6, or 7 games?
Kings gonna make you work. They're gonna make you work. If you're able to handle that, and however many games it doesn't matter. If you can handle it, tip your hat. But there ain't gonna be I'm a hide on somebody. That's not what's gonna happen with the King. It's not gonna be I can hide or sag off somebody. So
I think I feel better about the series than I did an hour ago. You might have talked me into a shift in my power rankings. I still think the Kings would be slotted at 2. Phoenix just might have jumped to number 1. Now make the case for Phoenix.
For Phoenix against the Kings or against anybody?
For the Kings beating Phoenix. It's tough. That's tough.
Well, once again, it would be. I'm choked up even thinking about the possibility.
Oh, it's happening again. Oh, help this man.
It would be. Well, once again, it would be. These guys are going to have to work, and who's going to guard Fox down the stretch? Fox would destroy Chris Paul down the stretch. If you get in that one-on-one situation, he would go to work on Chris Paul. Chris Paul can't do that for 7 games.
Got 2 words for you though. Scott Foster. That might be the first time officiating goes in the Kings' way. Scott Foster.
Let's go. Scott Foster. That's the one time I like the refs.
Get that me in a Light the Beam hoodie.
But Devin Booker gonna be running around with Kevin Huerter, and it's gonna be a bit of a problem. And one of the things that is gonna keep the Kings kind of fresh is they do have some guys coming off the bench that can provide, some help with what they try to do defensively. Kessler Edwards looks like he's gonna be in that rotation, in that playoff rotation. Obviously, Davion Mitchell is going to be in that rotation. Campaign is going to get locked up if that happens. So one of the things with Phoenix is going to be their depth. I don't know if there are others would be able to step up enough to beat the Kings in a 7-game series. I wouldn't bet that one with the house, but because they got enough of what's the opposite of others? The thems.
The thems. Wow.
The thems to
The thems.
to offset that. But yeah. The Kings gonna make you work. That's the biggest thing with all this. They're gonna make you work.
Yeah. I'm trying to do a quick, like, just totally informal look, and Will Z could look into this and correct it if I'm wrong. Even counting. No, can't count that one. So outside of the 4-game losing streak to start the season, so since October 29th, the Kings have lost 4 and 7 once. Again, I'm just glancing at this really quickly. As we all know, they haven't had a sustained stretch of losing really all year.
Mm-hmm.
But 4 and 7, I only see one time.
Mm.
And I think it's they lost to the Bucks, beat the Cavs, lost to the Knicks, lost to the Sixers, beat the Raptors, beat the Pistons, that's 3 and 3, and then lost to the Hornets, that's 7.
Mm.
I know it's not the same.
This team gonna be ready for the playoffs.
I know it's not the same.
I'm anxious to see. I'm anxious to see how this plays out. And if this plays out the way I think it is, with them winning this first round series, no matter who they play against,
yeah.
Oh, I want to see all the people. I want to see all the people.
Oh yeah,
all the Candace Parkers.
Oh yeah, we're getting all of them.
I want to see them all.
We're getting all of them, and we want to see Matt George. He's going to join us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, what are these? Oh, they'll probably tell me right here. What are these packs that are in the? Is this like poison to keep things fresh or something, or keep rats out of them?
Yeah, don't eat that.
I'm pretty sure that's poison.
But
it's bone marrow.
Well,
no, I'm just kidding.
That's one bone marrow I won't be eating.
Beef jerky is an underrated snack, but it's expensive as hell.
It is expensive. It's really good though.
You see, they got the tuna fish and crackers in the vending machine.
No, they need to come restock.
They took the fruit snacks out. That kind of pissed me off. Oh, and they put the little Sour Patch in there.
What's going on here?
Oh, what the hell? What? Oh. It's I don't know if Matt's actually in there or if that's over his it's not moving. Matthew? Oh, that's a dumpster. Is that a dumpster? Is that a trash can? Oh, there he is. Oh, come on, Matt. What's up, man? Oh, he can't hear us. He doesn't even have his headphones.
I just scared my cat.
That's all right.
Poor cat.
Cats are resilient.
You will survive. That's it. That's all I got.
That's good stuff.
Bit on a budget.
Not only is it really good stuff, it's very accurate. It is very, very accurate.
Howdy.
What's up, man?
Oh, you know. Just hanging. Can you guys have an event today that I can go to since it's an off day and I can partake more? Any new events today?
No event today, man, but we're hoping to have some more coming up though. I'm guessing with today's announcement, you'll probably be covering the road game from the Golden One Center.
Probably.
Yeah. That's all right. We'll plan a weekend event for something fun.
Yeah, man.
Summertime. It's good to see everybody, though. Good to meet everybody.
We need a name for our August event, by the way. I've been meaning to ask you that for weeks. Need something to put on a sheet to sell.
Gotta think about that one.
Yeah. Matt got a big pop when he came in. Batty Wednesday was in full effect when Matt George got there.
Security was like, who? Get out of here.
All sorts of baddies in the house yesterday.
Batty Wednesday.
Indeed. Poetry Matt meets Matt Raines. There's rumors. There were rumors.
I'm taking requests now, apparently.
Shannon, working date. August 19th is the working date. That's the working date. We're gonna. I'm starting work on that already because we want to get it confirmed. We want to build it up. No, we're not calling it that. It's the D'Lo and Casey anniversary party. The bash at the beach.
Come in, hit the leg drop on you.
Whose side is he
Yeah,
on?
see, I was trying to. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, but whose side is he on? What is he doing? God, is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on here?
Was it SummerSlam that had the great commercials that they recorded every single year? Was that SummerSlam or was that
where they'd be like jumping in pools and doing
and like Triple H would be barbecuing with Shawn Michaels?
Yeah,
I miss those. They got to bring those back.
In your house too?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
In your house. Yeah.
They first in your house, I think they gave away a house.
They did. They did.
We're coming back, Matt. Hang on. No Batty Thursday is complete without the main event, the showstopper, the icon, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, and of course, anchor over at ABC 10, our man, Matt George. Matt George, kind enough to come out and hang out with us yesterday at Fieldhouse on his lunch break. Man, tore himself away from work to come spend some time with us.
Great seeing Matt.
Really was a tough decision. Work or go to a sports bar with a bunch of Kings fans and enjoy Kings basketball. Rough one.
And the good stuff was you were there for the first half. It was really enjoyable in the first half.
Yep, I left and everything went downhill. So apologies.
Thanks a lot.
So now we know who to blame. We talked about Keegan not shooting. We talked about Kyrie Irving in the fourth quarter. Christian Wood in the fourth quarter. It turns out, as usual, it was Matt George's fault.
Get in line.
Anytime something goes wrong, we can blame Matt George.
Thanks a lot, Matt.
Yeah, happy to do it.
The timeline matches up, though. Matt leaves and everything goes to hell. I think Matt left, De'Aaron missed a dunk, and then everything went to hell.
Yep. That's almost exactly what happened. I hopped in the car, and the first call that I heard G-Man call was De'Aaron's missed dunk. I was like, okay.
Any takeaways from last night?
Other than the NBA referees were terrible?
Oh.
I mean, to me, like, it sucks that once again, for the upteenth time this season, and it hasn't just happened with the Sacramento Kings. It's happened with so many different teams and so many different games this year, but you have to talk about the officials before you can talk about the game. And while Kyrie went absolutely supernova, had 19 in the fourth quarter, he just put on a shot-making masterclass, and it was very, very enjoyable to watch. And low-key, every Kings-Mavericks matchup this season has been a ton of fun. Like, that would have been a really, really fun playoff series between those two. But once again, we can't talk about that because we have to talk about the incompetence of the referees. Now, I tried to make this perfectly clear on Locked On Kings and on social last night. The Kings didn't lose. Dallas didn't win because of the referees. Of course, the referees had an impact. Dallas won because of Kyrie Irving. But the terrible officiating throughout that game for both sides, and then it comes to a climax at the end with Kevin Huerter getting hit in the face, getting called for a foul, and basically the technical foul on Kevin Huerter standing just because the referee had his feelings hurt, even though Luka Doncic has been crying and moaning all game long and doesn't get a technical foul. It's just, it just speaks to impartial, or rather unfair treatment or preferential treatment in the league. It happens time and time and time and time again. And no matter how many people deny, how many people around the referee scene, or I had a former referee on Locked On Kings and talked to him, and he said that doesn't exist. You see example after example after example of treatment being different for the Sacramento Kings or any team compared to a star. So, I mean, my main takeaway from last night was this. Great game. Kings could afford to lose. Mavericks couldn't. Came down to the wire. Was very fun. Was very entertaining. The NBA should be really, really concerned about their officiating come playoff time, because that's going to be put on a pedestal. It's going to be put under a spotlight, and it could change narratives and change games in a way that I don't think the NBA is ready to deal with or wants to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a concern, because these guys are awful. And you talk about the Kevin Huerter play. We talked about it a little bit. I mean, the guy gets a technical for yelling at a referee who made the wrong call. And once they go see it's the wrong call, the tech still stands. I mean, it's just it really is a joke. But
and then there's another play you need the review for 30 seconds later.
Yeah,
the De'Aaron Fox play.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, but the thing that we talked about, and what I'm sure Mike Brown is going to talk about with his team, is he's got to say, hey, these things are going to happen. There's going to be bad calls. There's going to be bad officiating. You can't let that take you out of your game. You can't let that take you out of what you're trying to do. I saw it the other day in that OKC Warriors game where the refs messed up again, not letting Jalen Williams in, and Coach Mike D lost it, absolutely lost it. And his team saw that, and they faltered, I think, because of his reaction to all that. So you got to be able to stay poised. You got to be able to stay locked in, because the bad calls are coming. And to be honest, to be fair, you're probably going to get a couple bad calls too, like in your favor. So you got to stay consistent. It might happen.
Wow.
It might happen.
It's a take right there.
It might happen. It might happen. I mean, they're just terrible. They are terrible.
I mean, the law of averages says it's bound to happen.
Yeah. But you got to be able to, and the Kings have done a good job of this all season long. Just stay the course, man. Stay locked in. Stay focused on what you're trying to do, and never really get too high or too low.
See, I 100% understand and agree with what you're saying, and I think everybody's going to say, even Mike Brown admitted after the game last night he was talking to the refs too much, which I disagree, Mike. I think you should have talked to them more to get them to hear your point, like you've been trying to do all season long. But regardless, I understand exactly what you're saying, Kenny. You're absolutely right. You can't game plan for how the officials are going to officiate a game, and you can't let them get under their skin or under your skin. At the same time, though, if you're trying to execute your game plan and play your game, and you got players getting hit in the face, which happens to Domantas Sabonis every single night, but it blatantly happens with a referee that is standing 2 feet away from the play on the sideline, and that has an impact on the play because it's called as a turnover, and then the technical foul gives that team a free point. I mean, that's one thing. And then, like you said, Damian, a couple minutes later, or really a couple possessions later, De'Aaron Fox is attacking the basket. At this point, the Kings are down like 6 points or something like that. They're less than a couple minutes remaining. They're trying to work their way back in. Like, at the very, very least, that's a non-call, and you let the game play on and let everything play on, and De'Aaron retains possession. Then we see what happens after that. But to call that a double dribble when clearly you had no clear view on the play to make that kind of call, like it's incompetence to a level to where even if you're not allowing it to get under your skin, it can have a direct impact on the game. The good news is this game didn't matter as much to the Sacramento Kings unless you really, really care about the second seed. But if this is game 2 and the Kings are down 0-1 in Sacramento against the Golden State Warriors and De'Aaron Fox is attacking the basket, Draymond Green hits him across the arm and is called for a double dribble, and the Kings basically have their chance to come back, fly out the window, that could be the series. So, I mean, we're going to see, and referees are human. They make mistakes all the time. And I typically have more patience for referee mistakes than most people. But when they're compounded mistakes, one after another in key moments of games that have an effect on the outcome of a game. And on top of that, what I've seen more this year than any other year is referees imposing themselves into the game and allowing their emotions and their interactions to affect their calls. Like, to me, it's inexcusable that Luka can do what he does all game long and Kevin Huerter gets teed up for one interaction when Kevin was justified after being hit in the face. Like, that human side of referees, which I don't necessarily blame them for, that can have a significant impact on a playoff game. And whether it goes in favor of the Kings or against the Sacramento Kings, it still should not happen.
Matt, you mentioned this a second ago, and I'm curious how you feel. You said the game didn't have a lot of consequence unless you really care about the second seed. Do you care if the Kings finish second or third?
Not really. Because I look at the really 5 through 8 or whoever comes out of the play, and I look at there's reasons to think the Sacramento Kings can and will beat them, and there's reasons to think the Sacramento Kings won't beat them. Like, you can make an argument for and against every single team, and it's not just creative radio banter. Like, the Sacramento Kings are unproven, and so are a lot of these other teams. And we're assuming that what the Kings have done in the regular season is going to carry into the playoffs, just like we're assuming the history or the experience of a team like Golden State or Phoenix is going to carry into the playoffs. So it's really a massive coin flip. So to me, the difference between 2 and 3 isn't massive. The difference between 5 and 6, that's the biggest drop off, because at 5, you get the Phoenix Suns. At 6, you get the Sacramento Kings. And there are like, 4 or 5 teams that want that 1-6 spot and probably don't want 5 that bad. There's no reason to get 5. You still don't have home court advantage, and you're taking on a team that I think should be the favorite coming out of the West. So to me, it doesn't matter where the Kings end up. They're going to get a tough opponent that they shouldn't be afraid of, that they can beat, but it's going to take some soul searching at the same time.
Matt, if the Kings, I'll ask you again when we talk again, probably, because, may have different evidence judging on if you know who they're playing. But if the Kings don't win in this first round, what do you think the reason is for it?
Ooh, I think there's a lot. Wow.
So while you think about it, the thing that I've always said is, if the Kings don't win in the playoffs and don't win in the first round, it's not going to be because their defense was poor. It's going to be because they didn't hit shots. If this team hits shots, they can play defense the same exact way, and they'll beat pretty much everybody in the Western Conference. But if they're not hitting shots, that's when the defense does get exposed. That's how I think they will lose.
I agree with that. I'm going to build a branch off of that too. I'm going to say maybe the stage or the moment was a little bit bigger than they were prepared for, which kind of feeds into that shot making. And I talked about this a couple podcasts ago. Like, the Kings have a really unique roster in the sense that there are 7 guys that I think 7, maybe 6 or 7 guys that realistically can go off at any given time. Like, we've seen so many different guys score 30 points, 20 points. Malik went for 40. And of course, De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis are as impactful and important as they are. This Kings team can beat you in so many ways and have consistently won with 6 or 7 guys in double figures all season long. That's incredibly difficult to game plan for. Even if you're having a good game and maybe taking the ball out of De'Aaron Fox's hands, Kevin Huerter could go off, or Keegan Murray could catch fire, or even Harrison Barnes can get going. So it's up to the Sacramento Kings to hit shots as a team. And you look at their last recent home losses, right? The loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves when they could have clinched, the loss to the San Antonio Spurs. The Sacramento Kings haven't been shooting the ball well from the perimeter. I don't know if it's tired legs. I don't know. Whatever, insert excuse here, it doesn't matter. If the Sacramento Kings, to your point, Kenny, aren't making shots in the postseason, they're in big trouble. Defensively, they're good enough to let their offense carry them. That should be the best way to look at it. You're not going to win games because of your defense. You may win quarters, you may win stretches, but offensively, that's how it's going to carry you. You just need your defense to be what it is and your offense to carry it. And if the Kings aren't making shots, they're not going to beat anybody. And I think they know that.
I don't think the moment's going to be an issue.
I don't either.
You mentioned that at the start, like the moment being so big could affect shot making. I don't think that's something that's going to happen. I think defense could affect shot making. I think shot making could affect shot making. I don't think the moment's going to be a thing for this group, particularly in the first round. We get to the second or the third or further, like, okay, maybe you get me there. But the first round of the playoffs, I don't think that's going to happen.
Here's why
I think it could happen for like 4 or 5 minutes to start a game. I don't think it's going to happen for a 48-minute stretch.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Multiple games,
especially starting a game. That's a really good point too. The reason why I have that concern is what Mike Brown talked about after the San Antonio Spurs loss, which is this team goes into home games and they feed off of that environment, and it has an impact on their offense, but clearly doesn't have an impact on their defense. The way the Sacramento Kings play at home, according to Mike Brown, they almost expect their offense to be good and to feed off of that energy, so they don't need to play as hard defensively. So that's why I'm a little concerned about the moment. You get to that game one, that's an atmosphere unlike any other in the league. Sacramento, I mean, it's going to rival probably the Rattle Seattle series in that moment. Like there's going to be a unique energy in that arena. How do the Sacramento Kings respond to that? Do they not allow it to change their focus? Do they focus in on both ends of the floor and play their basketball game? Or do they try and feed off of that crowd to a way or to a level that impacts their offense positively, but maybe negatively impacts their defense because they expect kind of that wave of energy to carry them? The fact that we've had to talk about that and question that as recent as the last home game, the second to last home game of the season, that's why I'm a little bit worried about that aspect of the moment.
Okay. Has what we've seen this week, has that affected what you think this team is capable of or not capable of in the playoffs? And what I mean by that is the home loss, giving up 142 to the Spurs on Sunday, then rebounding and playing as well as they did against New Orleans. And then last night, a guy like Kyrie Irving, everybody in the playoff has a guy like Kyrie Irving that could take over a game like that. Those three things combined, has that kind of shifted any of your thoughts about the Kings going into the playoffs?
No, because I know for a fact that in all three of those games, the Kings had chances to win and they weren't playing nearly their best basketball. Like, we've seen them play far better than in a lot of these games. We've seen them play far better than in the two Portland games, and they won both those games comfortably. Like, there's still another level that I've seen this team get to, maybe even a level beyond that they might not get to this year. That might be a year down the road that Mike Brown needs an offseason and the Kings need a little bit of some roster tweaks to get to that level. But I'm not concerned. Really, truly, I'm not concerned about anything beyond the Kings' ability to take advantage of home court advantage. Because depending upon your matchup, like, basically what I've seen from the Kings on the road this season is that this team is capable of winning a big game on the road. I don't think they're capable of winning a series on the road. And what I mean by that is if they go down 0-2 at home or 1-1 at home, I believe they're good enough to get one or maybe maximum two road games to even that back up. But I don't think they're going to win all three on the road to be able to secure a series in 7 games or in 6 games. I just don't think that they're good enough to be able to say that despite how well they've played on the road this season. You take on a team like Golden State, who is awful on the road, and you drop a game or drop 2 games in your own building and expect to catch the Warriors for 1 or 2 games when they are unbelievably talented and unbelievably good inside of the Chase Center. That's where I'm concerned a little bit. You've worked hard all regular season long to get this home court advantage. You've shown you can win a game or 2 on the road, and you've proven that. However, you need to protect your home floor if you're going to make it, not just out of the first round, if you're going to make it as deep as the team expects for them to go. And holding them to team expectations, they need to play a lot better in the Golden One Center.
Matt saying that reminded me of that weird quirk of a series that was Mavericks Clippers a couple years ago.
So where the road team won every,
except for game 7.
Yeah.
The road team won every game. That was bizarre.
Do you have a favorite we were kind of doing this exercise earlier, and it's really, really difficult in the West. But if I put you on the spot, give me a power rankings of 2 of the 2 teams you think who could realistically come out of the Western Conference.
Phoenix Suns and I want to believe in Denver because I like Mike Malone, but I still don't. Okay, I'll do Phoenix Suns and Los Angeles Clippers. Those are my 2.
Clippers. Okay.
But funny enough, I thought you were going to ask me which team out of the group that I would want the Sacramento Kings to play in the first round realistically, and the answer is also the Los Angeles Clippers. Because I think the Kings match up really well against the Clippers. They've played really well against the Clippers all season long. So out of the Lakers, Clippers, and Warriors, I want the Clippers out of those 3. But
it's the Paul George thing too. We don't have to pretend like that's not part of the thing. Like I don't think he's playing in the first round.
Yeah, I agree.
If he plays at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if he were to play in the first round, I mean, it's coming off. He's it's almost like
acclimated.
I talk about with Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah,
almost, except it's probably a physical ailment with Paul George more.
Mark Wong just tagged us in a tweet. I don't think Zion Williamson is coming back. They didn't say anything negative. They just said we're going to continue to monitor his rehab and regimen, and that's it. It's like, oh yeah, this dude's not coming back to play basketball.
No.
Which is a shame. Like
It
that
is.
sucks for basketball. But man, it's inching into scary territory when it comes to Zion and his availability. We both like the Suns in terms of that conversation. We all ranked the top 3 teams, or who we believe the top 3 teams likely to come out, because we found so many flaws in everybody, including Sacramento. And all 3 of us had Sacramento second. We didn't all have the same top team, but we all had Sacramento second. Yeah, and it's not, oh, Sacramento's so great. They're bordering on unbeatable. It's when it was an exercise of weighing flaws. It was an exercise of weighing like pros and cons. And with Sacramento's ability to score, I feel like that's one of the most impressive things in the entire conference. And when you take all of the flaws of the other teams, it's also interesting. 4 of us now, no one mentioned Memphis. No one's buying Memphis. We all are trying to convince ourselves Denver, except for me. I'm not. You and Jesse, the 3 of you tried a little bit, but no one's sold on Denver. No one's sold on Memphis.
I'm gonna do my best Will Z impression here, because these are
It's always dangerous. It's always dangerous. The man is sharp.
He is. So, and I'm sure his grades were way better than mine in all facets of education. But I looked at the numbers because people are talking about how the Kings defense is going to be such a deterrent for them in the playoffs, or it's going to be really their pitfall, and it's going to be so bad, as if the majority of defenses in the Western Conference also aren't that bad. And really, when you're looking at the worst defenses in the league in terms of points per game allowed, the Sacramento Kings are around like 26 or something like that at 118 points per game allowed. So what I did is I looked at the 4 best teams in the West defensively, and I looked at what the Sacramento Kings did against them. Like, for example, the Phoenix Suns are 4th in the league, the 4th best team in the league in terms of points per game allowed. They give up 111.7 points per game. The Sacramento Kings have played them 4 times. In those 4 games, they've averaged 122.2 points per game against the Phoenix Suns in those 4 games. If those were just the numbers, Phoenix would be 29th in the NBA in defense. And then you could keep going down the list. The Grizzlies, who are 9th in the league defensively, the Kings put up 116 points per game on them, which would be 18th in the league. The Clippers, even if you take out the overtime, 175. If you just look at a regulation, which was 153, the Kings put up 128.2 points per game against the Clippers this season in 4 games. That would put the Clippers not just in dead last by like a margin of 6. So anybody who wants to say the Kings defense is going to hold them back and not talk about how the offense can destroy these best defenses in the Western Conference, I think you're missing something there, which kind of feeds into your point, D'Lo, about why this team can't come out of the West. If the Kings offense is playing as well as it historically is capable of, according to the numbers, it's turning the best defenses in this conference into middle of the pack at best, most of them the worst.
And the other thing about that, there's 2 things about that. Number one, they played a team the other day in the Pelicans who were playing as good as defense as anybody in the league over the past 2-3 weeks. This team, it turned a corner. They were 7-1. I think in that time, the only loss was blowing a 20-point lead to the Warriors. I think they were they were like the 5th rated defense in that time. And the Kings easily put up 121 on their head. Yeah, they put up 121 on their head, and they started the game like 2 of 14 from beyond the arc. You know what I mean? Like, that's what this team does on the offensive end. And that's why I said, Matt, because Damian was talking about, everybody on all these shows talking about if the Lakers do this, if the Warriors get this back, if Phoenix gets this, everybody got an if except for the Kings. I'll come up with the Kings if. If nobody slows them down defensively for what they've done this year in the regular season, they're not losing. Not in the Western Conference. You better hope. We did the math before. I did the math where the short order math, where typically whatever somebody's averaging in the regular season, take about 5 to 6 points off of that, and you get, the playoff average. That's usually, it goes down 5 to 6 points. If they don't get them down 5 to 6 points, the Kings ain't losing. And I'll take it a step further. They're probably gonna have to get the Kings down 8 or 9 points, because if you get 5 to 6 points, they still like 115. That's their bread and butter. They still cooking in that one. If they don't stop the Kings from scoring, nobody's beating them.
And Casey, let's take it even further than that, because you hear about, how are the Sacramento Kings going to beat the Golden State Warriors 4 times? How are the Sacramento Kings going to beat this team 4 times? How are teams going to stop Sacramento's offense 3 to 4 times in order to win a series? Because Mike Brown has also shown a tremendous ability for this team to make adjustments game in and game out. Yeah, you're probably going to catch, the Kings are going to have one game in the playoffs where offensively they're not playing their best, and they're probably going to lose that game. Day off, come back the next day, or a couple days off for travel or whatever it may be. I expect the Sacramento Kings to be a lot better. They've bounced back in big games when they've had to all season long. And you can't just disregard everything in the regular season and throw it out just by simply saying the playoffs are a different animal, because what the hell is the point of the regular season at that point too? You're basically saying nothing matters in the regular season. So all the things from this regular season to argue in favor of the Kings' opponent don't matter either. So Sacramento's shown an ability to adjust. If the Golden State Warriors or whatever team comes out and holds the Kings to 115 points in game 1, game 2, I expect the Kings to drop 125 on them. That's what they've shown they're able to do all season long. That should be the expectation in the postseason too.
Real quick, look what we're talking about. Look at that Minnesota game where they could have clinched. We talk about how bad they were and how bad they shot the ball. They put up 115.
Yeah.
In a god awful offensive performance, they put up 115.
Yeah.
And they had a chance to win. They had a chance to win a game with 5 made threes in the modern NBA.
Oh, that's wild. That number is so crazy. They had 5 made threes and they put up 115.
This offense is prolific. And the rest of the NBA gonna see that in the playoffs.
And like I was saying, man, how do you game plan?
You're gonna be seeing this team play for the first time. It's gonna be an exciting day for a lot of the national media, Matt.
How do you game plan for an offense that has so many people that can beat you? Like, you try and take De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis away. Yeah, that definitely handicaps this team. But there's so many players on this roster that can get hot and go off at any given time, including guy 7 coming off the bench and Trey Lyles, who could put up 20 off the bench if he needs to. Like, it's not just slowing down the Kings offensively. It's stopping almost everybody, or hoping that they have off shooting nights.
That's a good segue into this question. Why did your rookie not shoot in the second half yesterday?
Oh, man.
He was 0 for 0.
Okay, hold on. Don't be putting that on me now. It's because I left. I told you. Like, Keegan knew I left.
Keegan knew you were gone, and yeah, Keegan a fine first half. Now, in defense, a little bit of Keegan Murray, I worded that remark a little bit sarcastically in defense of Keegan Murray. The Kings scored 71 freaking points in the first half, and then 48. It was obviously a drastically different second half for them. And we remarked, as we were watching in the field house, the Mavericks playing defense? What the hell is going on here? They, in fact, were, and I credit them for that. It wasn't until after the game was over that I realized Keegan didn't have a single shot attempt in the second half.
Yeah, I don't know if I have an explanation or an excuse for that. I mean, even if you're cooled down in the second half, you still should be putting up shots, especially when you're as hot as you were in the first half. And even if I want to give credit to the Dallas Mavericks defense, there's nobody defensively on the Dallas Mavericks good enough to take Keegan Murray completely out of the game, especially with how many weapons the Sacramento Kings have in De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. I look at that more as a Kings issue than I look at it a Keegan Murray issue. But Keegan also needs to recognize, hey, I got the hot hand tonight. We need some buckets. We need some points. We need to space the floor a little bit better to get some room for De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. So I got to start calling for the ball a little bit. And him not taking a shot suggests that he wasn't trying to at least assert himself. That's where I hold him accountable in that sense. But the Kings also have to do a better job of recognizing, hey, he was going early on. We got to get our guy involved a little bit.
Was he in the final stretch? Because Davion was in. Davion
was in, and I think
missed a 3 by 47 feet. Yeah. But the Kings got the offensive rebound, and then De'Aaron missed one by 30. That was unfortunate.
Yikes!
I think that would have cut the lead to 1.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. Oh, it was tough. No, we were ready to pop for Davion's 3.
We really were. We were like, hey, we got time, because they got a steal.
Yeah.
They got a steal at that point, and it didn't happen. But I put
great look.
A really good look. Both of them.
Yeah.
I put some of that on a lot of that, the majority of that on Keegan, man. Like you can't
Be aggressive.
You can't go the whole half without getting a shot. And even if they're not running something for you, man, run the floor hard on a turnover or getting the defensive rebound, sprint the floor, try and fill the lanes that way, get an early layup, or get on the offensive boards at some point and get a bucket that way. You're too good, too important to have no shot attempts.
Yep, I hear that.
Yeah, got to be better. Boils down to Kyrie Irving was otherworldly last night.
He really was.
It's frustrating, but he was. There were shots that he hit that Davion Mitchell couldn't have done anything different on Kyrie Irving on some of those plays. The shot that he hit in the corner is one of the dumbest shots in the history of the NBA. If that shot happened in the playoffs, it would be played forever. Yeah. It was just ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous.
Nasty.
I think a lot of this is hater Matt coming out, but I've watching the Dallas Mavericks this year, and I haven't watched them that much, but especially every single time they've played the Kings, the Dallas Mavericks have looked a lot better with Kyrie Irving in control than they've looked with Luka Doncic.
Oh, that's not hater.
That's just
that's analyst Matt George. That's not hating at all.
And I'm like, I
Sing
don't
your
like.
song. You sing your song. It might finally be true after all of these years.
You
nailed it. You were ahead of your time, sir.
I don't like watching Luka Doncic, which is a pretty common theme for most people. I'm recognizing watching Luka Doncic, but the way the Dallas Mavericks play basketball, not just when Kyrie's cooking, but when Kyrie is out there getting the team involved, is significantly different. And you talk about Kyrie hitting those crazy shots. The Kings shouldn't even had a chance to have a Davion 3 to cut it to within one. The only reason they did is because Luka decided to take a 3-pointer with 13 seconds on the shot clock because he was open and he missed the shot and then fouled De'Aaron Fox the next trip up the floor and gave him an and one.
That was so thirsty. That was so thirsty.
He only took 2 shots the whole quarter, and that was one of them.
That was so thirsty. I got to get mine.
It's amazing. I need my moment. Too much Kyrie talk. Too much Kyrie talk. I need my moment. Well, we've been your Dallas sports leader for the last 2 days here, so we'll just ask the host of the Locked On Mavericks podcast to kind of fit the theme of the last 2 days. And this is a team that, and credit to Dallas, they're fighting for their life. Some argue they should just die and keep that draft pick, but that's not the approach that they're taking. Clearly, by what we saw last night, they're fighting to make the play-in. They have a brutal offseason ahead of them, regardless of what happens. How would you fix the Dallas Mavericks?
I mean, step one was already wrong with Mark Cuban committing to Jason Kidd as your head coach going forward. No. So you're 0 for 1 already to start your offseason. It hasn't even started yet. Here's the thing. I don't know if you can trade Luka Doncic because you're never going to get equal value back. And Luka is
equal value. You need players you need to surround Kyrie Irving with players who can score, defend, and you need that. Someone would do it. It's a Kevin Durant level haul of draft picks.
You get draft picks and a Mikal Bridges type player.
And again, don't misconstrue what we're talking about. This is not an indictment of Luka Doncic, the player, how talented he is. He's only 24. There is no path for the Dallas Mavericks to get better. None, except for signing Kyrie Irving and trading Luka Doncic. It's the only one.
I think you're right. I mean, the only thing going in favor of Luka over Kyrie is you at least have Luka under contract. Kyrie, you don't. And Kyrie's not necessarily been the most committed to any organization, period, over the course of his career, which would scare me too. But you're right. The best way to improve the organization is by doing exactly what you said. But also, I don't think that they're really willing to give up based off of 1 year after this team. Granted, I didn't think they belonged there, but credit to them, they got to the Western Conference Finals. So they overachieved this year. They've clearly underachieved. I'm probably giving it 1 more year with Luka and hopefully bringing Kyrie back to see what a full season of them can do and trying to just add something other than Tim Hardaway Jr. to help that roster. But I feel like I'm making that move knowing that it's likely going to fail and I'm in potentially an even worse spot next offseason. But that's probably what I do.
The whole thing is like, you can't make the move. Like that's what you should do, but you can't do it. The one thing that you should do that you can do is you probably should have lost by 30 last night and kept that draft pick because that was second way that you can improve is if you had that top 10 draft pick. You're not gonna have that.
That's
now.
a marginal improvement.
Well, top 10 player.
But
you can get you a player there. You can get
no for sure.
somebody. But
it's
not
a
even,
player. It's the Kings conversation we were having this year.
Yeah,
it's one.
Yeah,
it's a player. You need more than one. Yeah,
or you could trade that pick.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, yeah. You'd have to find it. Maybe that turns into your biggest asset that you have. Join D'Lo and KC along with Matt George live from Texas Stadium for our next watch party. As we have just given an insane amount of attention.
Your thoughts on Dak Prescott, Matt?
An insane amount of coverage to Dallas sports here the last couple of days. Do you have a preference? I don't think we asked this. Do you have a preference of who they play?
Yeah, it's Clippers.
Oh, the Clippers. You did say that.
It's the Clippers. I mean, I would love the narrative of Kings Lakers. I'll tell you why I'm afraid of the Lakers, and it's not Anthony Davis and it's not LeBron James. It's D'Angelo Russell. D'Angelo Russell is the reason why I'm scared of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Nightmares. Yeah,
D'Angelo Russell torches Sacramento every single time. So I'm more nervous about that.
Davion Mitchell starting in this postseason. I think he's shadowing D'Angelo Russell.
I think every single series has a reason to be terrifying, and every single series has a reason to be extremely exciting. And I'm not one to worry or care about Lakers fans or Warriors fans being in the building, because Kings fans are going to be in the building too when they go to Crypto.com Arena or Chase Center or whatever it is. So if that's what we get, we're going to get a California battle more than likely. If that's what we get, I'm all for it. Sacramento's been king of the Pacific Division. They're the Kings of California right now, and I expect them to play like they expect to.
Get a California battle no matter what, I would think, right?
I think so too. Hey, look, there's a lot of money in the Bay Area and in LA, but damn, them prices look crazy.
So we'll say that I'll say this again. Don't be shamed if somebody from San Francisco wants to buy your ticket for 8 times what you paid for it. You're welcome to sell it.
Well, look, I
do what you got to do.
I know they make a lot of money out there, but damn.
You got them in front of you?
Huh?
You got the ticket? You got ticket
I just
price?
remember what it was. I think get in the door price is like $400.
Get in the door?
Yes.
On the resale market. I don't know if single game tickets are going to be like that, but
well, they're going to go so fast and get thrown back out there. And people don't even buy tickets to go to events anymore.
It's a hustle.
They buy them to resell them. It's exactly like shoes. It is 100% like shoes. And as a shoe connoisseur, that's offensive. Matt, what's your favorite shoe?
I'm not a shoe head. I'm not a shoe. Anything Nike.
Shoe head, yep. You
sneakerhead. Hey. Don't laugh at me. Don't leave me alone. Okay.
Matt, we love you, man. ABC 10 got some things planned for the playoffs.
We're covering it.
Excellent. That's great. That's all you can hope. That's all you can hope for from your local
Shoehead
television broadcast. Matt George really selling the hell out of ABC 10 right
come
there.
Come to ABC 10 for Shoeheads and Kings coverage. That's what you get.
There you go. Kings coverage is only Matt George can bring you. Make sure you check out the Locked On Kings podcast, available wherever you get podcasts from. Tremendous work as always. From our buddy Matt George. This was a fun conversation. Even more fun is the fact that we're probably going to have it 6 more times.
Let's go
before that first game gets here next weekend. Of course, we can't wait. Big one tomorrow at the Golden One Center. Regular season finale when the Sacramento Kings take on the Golden State Warriors. So I know you're going on 95.7 on the game in the morning. I'm going on 95.7 the game in like
over tomorrow
mid-morning.
We're going into DX with the tank.
We should probably call one of them and have them join us as well. So we'll have a packed show. As always, we appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, if you listen on ESPN 1320, we're going to NBA basketball. Yes, indeed. We'll see you here tomorrow on Sacramento Sports Leader. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Forgot what we were doing. Like, you literally texted to me and I forgot what we were doing. I just all of a sudden realized we're going to NBA basketball. We're not going to run it back.
Hey, one of the things I just want to say while we're still on here about the ticket prices and stuff like that, and Warriors fans and Lakers fans coming in, the prices of those tickets I don't know if it's going to mean that much for a Warriors fan to spend that much money. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
Like,
They don't care.
like when they get to like,
Yeah.
well, when they get to like $2,000,
Yeah.
like, all right, like I want to see the Warriors in the playoffs, but
Yeah.
like, nah, I'm not spending $2 G's
Yeah.
to go see them in the playoffs. Plus, one of the reasons why they would always be here at Golden One Center, because it was cheaper to come to the Golden One Center to see the Warriors than it was to go to Chase Center.
But that ain't the case no more, dog.
I don't think that's gonna be. If
That
they
ain't
want to
the
go see
case
the
no more,
Warriors,
dog.
they gonna go to Chase Center now
Mhm.
for this series. And same with the Lakers fans.
Y'all go to the cheap spot in San Francisco.
Go slum it at the
Go
Chase.
slum it. Oh man. Oh, Dr. David, we all do, brother. We all do.
No, what? How'd I get in that? Miss P for sure, but me, no.
We appreciate you guys as always, man. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We'll be back here tomorrow. Will Z, James Ham in studio. Maybe Olivia in studio. Maybe Guru. We'll see what Guru's doing. I'm a demand Guru come on the show when I'm on his show. We love you guys, man. We'll see you tomorrow.